hello. Welcome back, everyone. Look! The DS. It's a black one instead of a white one. Big difference. But hopefully, this helps people watching like at night or in a dark room or just in dark mode. I'm sorry for burning all your eyes. I hope it's better. Hello, hello. I played around with some like purple colors. I tried pink. I did a bunch of different weird stuff. There were some people give me some help in Discord. Thank you. But no matter what I did, it just looked kind of weird. Or like it blended too much. So I think we're just gonna keep the black one for now. I will say, I have a cool black and purple one for when we switch over to the 3DS someday. When those are retro enough. So it'll be fun. Oh. Wow. Anyway, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Did you have a good Wednesday? I know it's technically not Friday yet, but for a lot of you, it is your Friday. I'm fairly sure. Puzzles and math. Puzzles and math. Yes. Welcome back, guys. El Dumho, thank you very much for 4 Prime months, and you're so welcome. I hope things get better soon. I also have some streamers that I watch when the stuff is crappy, and it's just very comforting, so it's cool that I can be that for some of you. Oh. Wait, why is that orange?
Today is July 2nd. 7 plus 2 equals 9.
Oh my god! Edra, thank you for the 9 human dollars. It's perfect. There, I can get out now, right? Got up on Tuesday VOD? Hell yeah. Hello. Kid Am, thank you for... Wait, 53 months, that's almost 9 years. Wait, 5 plus 3, that doesn't... 5 plus 3. How can we turn into a 9? I don't know. Thank you. Yeah, the digital root of 53 is almost 9. Beautiful. Thank you. Nice arm collection. Thank you. Yesterday while I was streaming, I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we could stick with our arms there? And then I was like, oh, well, I don't want to look anything up about the game, though. And then Ledipus was like, I can do it. And he heroically sent me a bunch of little arms. So, yeah, so now I have access to arms. I put them in the layout. Pink Ground, thank you for 47 Prime months. Welcome back. If this was 1 hour, 1 person, 1 door would be done by now. Oh my god. I wouldn't want it to be that fast, but that makes me think of 1 hour, 1 life, which the creators kind of seems weird, but the streams of it were so funny. Your mom lets you have 2 Fridays? Yeah. Friday Junior. It's Explosions and Meat Day for Americans this weekend. It is. So a lot of people have tomorrow off because of the 4th of July.
I guess you could call Ledipus an arms dealer. Oh ho ho. Hee hee. Hoo hoo ha ha Karkalla poems.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, you could. But yeah, so it's our Independence Day. So I'll tell you, fireworks have been going off here since yesterday during the day. So, depending on how loud they are and if I'm talking, you'll probably hear some fireworks before today is over, and there'll probably be even more tomorrow because I live in a stupid area full of idiots. So I'm sorry to every dog in the neighborhood. Ugh. Less than an hour, university's closed for the holiday weekend. Wahoo! 3DS launch games are retro already. I know, but we haven't gotten to them though, so... Anyway, I still have the white DS here. I can do this. Pya, pya. Except it's slightly off because I had to move it, but pya, pya. But yeah, you can see the difference. Sorry, I'm like technically flashing all of you with white light, but still. Yeah, DS Dark mode, essentially. 2 stream dates in a row that both have the digital root of 9. This cannot be a coincidence. It's good. Yeah. I'll thank you, Pondering Sloth. I can do it. I can do it 9 times. Why did it make it sound like South Park? That's not. Anyway. I have a big ice and water. It's actually still pretty cold here. You're American. You have the right to bear arms. These are the arms that I'm bearing. After watching you play Lifeline, this game kind of reminds me of it now for some reason. Oh, interesting. I mean, I guess I am technically in a location where I have to keep opening and closing doors, which is basically what that game was. It's reminding me, okay, so I remember, God, it was like ages ago. Rain played this, I think there were 2 of them, but they were, what were they? They were like PS Vita or something. There they are. Yeah. These PS Vita games called Danganronpa or something. And I remember him freaking out because it's like a bunch of people. It's like a Saw situation, but I didn't know there were more games like that. If you hear explosions, don't worry. Those are normal American explosions. It's true. Why do people do daytime fireworks? Because they're stupid. Because they're idiots. Ugh, it's so annoying. It's wild that the Wii, Xbox 360, PS3 generation is retro. I agree. I don't like it. I don't think it's right. But with the announcement yesterday of like, oh, well, PlayStation's just not going to be releasing physical games anymore. It's like, well, if you think, not to be depressing.
Rio, notice the dog in the painting.
God, not to be depressing, but it is the reality of what's happening. Games are, I think games as we have known it up until this point, we're basically having another Atari crash. It's real bad. It's really, really bad. Everything is really bad. Indies and are the only thing that are going to be safe, but even then, and they're only going to be slightly safe. It just sucks. Anyway. I love playing this game late at night before bed, curled up in the dark. Ooh. I think that would be, maybe it would be good. I tend to get extra scared if I do or read or watch something scary. I do. What would I do that's scary? Anyway, before bed. And then I like can't go to sleep because I'm scared because I think there's things in the dark. I'm still a child, clearly.
I know you. You're you.
Oh, hey, Wombat. Thank you for 67 months. Something 67. Danganronpa is so good. I'm a huge fan. Well, I have them right there. Though I think we only have 2, and I'm pretty sure there's like more. I think there might be at least 3, but I'm not sure. This music's fun. I wish it was slightly longer so I didn't loop so much. Anyway, my husband works in games and a lot of my friends work in games, not all of them. And it's bad out there, guys. It's bad. It's real bad. Helped you stay awake to play more? Some people like firecrackers and throw them out during the day, but I don't like firecrackers. I feel like fireworks in America are kind of shit. The big displays are cool, but we don't have like the little fun ones that you can just hold and they change colors. I guess you have sparklers, but sparklers are even kind of dangerous. I feel like summer in Japan, you just buy these little fireworks and like kids play with them. It's just safer and more fun and less obnoxious. Is this a scary game? It's starting to get kind of scary, yeah, but we'll see. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. This is day 2 of 999. 9 doors No. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. How would I even do a recap? How the hell would I do a recap of what happened so far? Okay, so we're a character. Actually, yes, we do know our name. In fact, everybody else knows our name. Our name is Junpei. And we were going back to like our apartment. Actually, technically, the game started with us waking up in a bunk bed, locked in a room with a 5 painted on the wall and a watch on that had a 5 on it. And we had like a riddle to solve, and we had to figure out how to find things in the room and break our way out. We managed to do that. We're on what appears to be probably a replica of the Titanic. I think. And there are other people. We ran into them, and they had also had to escape rooms that were running around, and they all had different numbers on their wrists and on a watch that we couldn't take off. A voice started to play on like a loudspeaker, and they said they were 0. And basically they said, okay, you need to find a way out. And there are all these rules about like how you can go through doors. There's like these things called red. There's red, there's dead. And we all apparently, while we were asleep, when we got like gas bombed and then captured by this guy in a gas mask, we have like bombs somewhere inside of us, and we have 9 hours to escape. We started with 9 people, but this one like nervous guy who was the number 9 immediately freaked out, forced other people to put their hands on these doors without fully like understanding what was going on. Broke the rules. But everybody who uses their number to open a door is required to go through on the other side. But instead of listening, he just like ran through and went alone. And the bomb in his body exploded, and he fucking died. And then one of the other guys in our group is blind, and he had like a secret advantage that he could have kept to himself, but he took out this like paper with braille on it and read to us that essentially this is so silly. I mean, it's also scary. If you put your hand on the door and go through, you and everybody else have to run to what is essentially the opposite type of thing, another panel, to put your hand on with the thing to do the exact same amount. So no more or less of the same people can go in. So you all have to either go in or not go in at all. And then put your thing on so your bomb gets undetonated. Dedetonated. So, here's some weird things. Thing number 1. I'm the main guy. The girl next to me is apparently some girl that I know from when I was a kid. In fact, if I hit continue, she should be there. What is this? Would you like to resume from the point where you last saved? If you select yes, please do not turn the power off. Okay, good. Making sure there's no weird message in here. I think it'll put me exactly where I was, but I'm not sure. Yes, okay. So, this girl, June, that's not her real name. Her real name is Akane, but everyone was like, hold on. This person is watching and listening to us. We should not say our real names. But she already was like, oh my God, it's Junpei. It's Jumpy. And everyone was like, what? You know each other? So we apparently went to elementary school together, and we were really good friends for years. And then question marks, like, I don't know if we went to different schools. I don't know if one of us moved. We don't know. And then the blind kid, Snake, his code name. So we all have code names. He's number 2. Snake is apparently the brother of the pink-haired girl who's called herself Clover. She's 4. So there's a relationship there, and we don't know if there are any other like relationships or like prior knowledge or connections. We don't know. But because people for some reason are being very hush hush because they don't know, like, are they going, if we refuse to do this, like, are they going to attack our families? What are they going to do? Why wouldn't the hidden person already know their names? I don't know. I'm not in this conversation. these are characters. I have no choices of what to say most of the time. But yeah, like this person was in your fucking room. So the big guy, I think it was, he's just kept the name 7. He was like, "Hold on. We don't know if these were random attacks. We should make sure we don't tell him our name." Anyway, they all decided that together. But yeah, I have no, I'm not actually here. So I can't choose it. We went to bomb Titanic High School together. Come on, fighting Titanic bombs. Oh my god. Anyway, so we are currently we split up into 2 groups. There were 2 main doors, and did have a choice here. So I could either go into the door with the 5 or I could go into the door with the 4. However, if I wanted to go into the door with the 5, which is where number 9 exploded, the internal dialogue or monologue of my main character was like, "Oh, if you go into the 5 room, you like choose to swap. What's going to happen is that you have to take June with you because she's the 4 and you're the 5, and that'll make it work. If you do that, she might get like really traumatized." She already had like a fever and got really like woozy when they all looked in and saw his exploded body. I mean, who wouldn't? And basically, going this other way would mean, okay, well, we don't get to examine the body of the guy, which could be important, but we can make sure that June is not like disturbed. So I decided to just go. I'm writing down all the things, all the choices that I'm making, essentially. I'm trying to keep track. Some of them seem inconsequential and some of them seem very important, and I don't know. I won't know. So we are currently in a area with 3, 6, and 8. I'm 5. 3 is the guy who's decided to call himself Santa because 3 is San. It's fucking stupid. I don't like his name. I think it's dumb. Anyway, by the way, I don't get a code name because everyone found out about my name, and that's lame. Obviously, 6 is June, and then 8, she decided to name herself Lotus because, as everybody knows, lotuses have 8 flowers. Anyway, she actually seems pretty cool. Yeah, so let's do it. Let's do it. It's funny because when I was working at my old job, way back when I was consolidating all our stupid mnemonics, I remember I had to fix the mnemonic for San, and I was like, I'm just gonna call it Santa-san, so that it doubles it. So all the Wanikani mnemonics say Santa-san for if the reading is San, you're welcome. I wrote all of the mnemonics. Stupid though, they probably redid all of them by now. Amaru, thank you very much for 23 months with Prime. Welcome back. Ugh, okay. Okay, so, yeah, we're currently in this area with them, and we're going through a kitchen, and I found a bunch of cheese, and I just found a knife, and then June interrupted us and said it's futile. Oh, I need to turn the volume up now that we are not in the intro, because the intro is very loud and the game is very quiet, so hopefully it is correct now. All right. Futile? You know, a waste, useless, pointless. Oh, any particular reason you wanted to bring that up? Oh, no reason, really. I have no idea what she's referring to, by the way. I was just thinking about futility. She wasn't making much sense. Junpei tried rephrasing his question. Why were you thinking about futility? I feel like I should write this down. At last she answered, well, it has something to do with the Titanic. The Titanic? Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted? Oh my god. By the way, so far everybody we've talked to has had some type of really weird thing they believe in. And she thinks the Titanic... Hold on, let me check my notes because it's nonsense. She thinks the Titanic sunk because it was carrying an Egyptian princess named Amun-Ra and cursed it. And she was perfectly preserved, not because of embalming, but because she was frozen. And she stayed frozen forever. And then, she's the one who sunk the Titanic. So, that's, certainly a theory. All right. Disprove it. You disprove it. All right. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted? No. No, I haven't. I guess I have to write down no, I haven't. Titanic sink predicted. Now she's gonna tell me about it. What is it? In 1892, 14 years before the Titanic sank, I don't know what details I'm gonna need in this kind of game, so I'm just writing down everything that has years and stuff. Oops. A novel was published. It was called Futility. It was written by an American novelist named Morgan Robertson. The story was about a big cruise ship colliding with an iceberg and sinking. Of course, if that was the only similarity, there wouldn't be any reason to mention it. It wasn't, though. The name of the ship, its nationality, course, departure time, size, displacement, maximum speed, number of passengers and crew, the number of lifeboats, even the location of the accident itself, and the cause, and the location of the damage. Everything matches the Titanic almost exactly. It was almost as if he'd seen the whole thing happen. But this book was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. I think this is a real I've definitely heard about this before because I was looking into this when that stupid billionaire squished himself. Because I was reading about weird stuff about the Titanic. But that was a bit ago now. But that's not all. It wasn't just futility that predicted the sinking of the Titanic. There were two other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote two stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, two ships collided and many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank. I don't know, I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships. Right. I knew you'd say that. Huh? But what if Stead had some sort of special power? To be more specific, What if he had the ability to do automatic writing? What the fuck is that? No billionaire is safe from the mummy's curse. What? Automatic writing? Wait, are you talking about that thing where someone says they're possessed by a spirit and then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing? Yes! What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull. Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When this Steed dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by spirits of dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff? Well, that's not it. What's not it? Steed wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing. What? What? What are you smoking? William Thomas Steed was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes 20 years before it happened. He decided it was probably best to say nothing. What June was saying was insane and utterly absurd, and if he tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. Junpei smiled uncomfortably. Why don't we talk about this some other time, okay? Huh? But... Her voice trailed off and she glanced at the floor, troubled. Junpei tapped Oh, that was a tapping on her. Okay. I thought someone was knocking on the door. Now I can't do it. Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box. Alright, finally have this wretched looking knife. We're really in trouble. I know I'm just repeating myself, but this is really a futility moment. That blade is so rusty. Yeah, I know. We can't cut a damn thing with a knife like this. If we're going to cut anything, we probably have to sharpen the knife. I literally have a sharp... I think this is the first time I've seen "What are you smoking" written down in a game. Can I just say? Some conspiracy theories, you hear them and you're like, okay, I could see how some people would believe that. But to believe that this guy was on the Titanic and then his own ghost swam back and possessed his own body to write a book about the Titanic, but not to warn himself not to go on it to die or warn anybody else or do anything useful. I'll use my powers to write a useless book that I know will do nothing. Huh? It doesn't make any sense. It literally makes no sense. I do know that some books were written before the Titanic happened. However, like, you and I, we all lived through 9/11, right? How many fucking movies and games had to be delayed or completely changed? Lilo and Stitch, there are so many things, right? Where you go back later and you're like, oh yeah, it had to be completely, like, there were planes crashing into buildings, ships sinking, disasters of any kind. They happen. It's a fucking coincidence. Spider-Man, Pokemon, yes, all of those. Do you remember? You guys, I know we were all alive. Metal Gear, we were all there. This is just that exact thing happening in Titanic's time. I'll profit off my own death before I die on a ship. It's genius. Okay, so maybe this guy was a stupid bitch then and selfish. It was the era of huge boats. They were all over the news. Of course people would write thrillers about them. Exactly. Or you could believe the ghost decided to write. I love how we were like, how could a ghost haunt someone when it didn't happen until 20 years later? And she was like, it was him that became the ghost. So you're telling me the ghosts can go back in time? I used to live in Connecticut. Everybody's convinced their fucking houses in Connecticut is haunted, right? So stupid. Granted, I've also seen weird things, and you know what? It's not ghosts. We just don't know what it is yet. I'd love to believe in ghosts. They're not real. I'm sorry. But fucking like, you'll go into the Norwich hospital and be like, look, it's the ghost of someone who was told they were crazy and trapped in a straitjacket and tortured. Oh, they're here, forward in time. But you don't buy a house and go, all right, are there any ghosts I need to know about? And then someone's like, I'm so sorry, there's a bunch of robot ghosts, future alien people. It just sucks. I don't know who this guy is. He's wearing like a strange plastic suit. We think he's from the year 3000. I don't know when he dies, but he wants to be here now. What are you talking about? That's nonsense. Ghosts don't come backwards. Not even in our fakest, funniest dreams do ghosts go back in time. Nostradamus predicted it by writing incredibly vague bullshit that can apply to multiple things. Exactly. It's the same as those poor people who are vulnerable because someone in their life is missing or dead, and then they go to a psychic and they're like, please help me. And they're like, hold on, wait, let me think. There's someone missing or dead. And the person's like, oh my God, my grandpa is missing and or dead. And they're like, yes, it's your grandpa. And they're like, oh my God, how did you know it's my grandpa? And then everyone around is like, yes. And me, I'm back in the thing going, you told him it was your grandpa. You just said it, he repeated it. Anyway, it's all nonsense. I'm sorry to say this, but I think June might either be an idiot or some type of very manipulated person. Anyway. I'm gonna sharpen this now. Beep. Maybe I'll use the whetstone to sharpen the knife. Oh, cooking mama sounds. The blade of the knife is getting sharper by the second. I should be able to cut something pretty good with this. I don't know how we got all the rust off. Can I search it now? Wow, it's so shiny. Did you sharpen it, Jumpy? Yep. Now we can use it to cut something soft. Like cheese? Okay, I'm pretty sure we just got this like key thing. Hold on, what's over here? There are cans lining every shelf in here. Wooden box on the second row though. Yeah. What's that thing? There's milk in here. Milk in an iron barrel. Judging by the rust, it's probably really old. Maybe we shouldn't open it up. I don't think it'd be a pretty sight. I mean, it might just be like a big hunk of rotten, I don't know, congealed cheesy stuff. I'm getting a vision. I'm seeing that you have a mother. Oh my God, I do have a mother. Yeah, that stuff. June did real research on Facebook. Oof. Pain. All right, there was something that I was like, oh, we can only do this if it's like greasy. I still don't know the code to that because I had too many digits from the app meet thing. And we found out it was hexadecimal. I like that I wrote down I'm in college. That's very helpful, me. Thanks. I was going to do something that's... Maybe this table's for preparing food. There are plates everywhere. To sink with water in it. There's a couple of plates in the water. Yeah, I gotta like refresh. They won't let me take the rolling pin, by the way, which sucks. I like how the arms next to they look like they're fighting the power. They kind of do. A rolling pin and a colander. Nothing useful. Wrong. A big bucket made of tin. There's nothing inside. A big bucket made of tin. There's also nothing inside. Lights to light up the room. They're doing a good job. They're saying that because that's the door we came in through. Not locked, but it'd be pointless to go back out. There were I had to use a candle in the last section because it's too dark. Hey. Can I click on that? No. Can I click on this? A frying pan and 2 kinds of pots. Oh, I should have the bottle of oil ready. Alright. 9 plates for appetizers. 9 is 9, even in hexadecimal and decimal. There are 10 soup plates. 10 is A in hexadecimal. There are 15 of these seafood plates. It says F on the voucher. There are 16 meat plates. 16 is written as 10 in hexadecimal. That's nuts. Hexadecimal. I wonder if it's some kind of hint. Yeah, maybe. Jinpei, do you remember what I told you about hexadecimal code earlier? Yeah, of course I do. Alright then, here's a little quiz for you. What would 9... Whoa, hold on. That's math, though. What would 9 plus F be in base 10? Well, F is 15. Oh, I don't have to do it. So it'd be 9 plus 15, which would be 24, right? That's right. Good job. You're a fast learner. Thanks. This part. Kind of far away. I can't really tell, but is that a ladle? I don't really think a ladle is going to be very useful. I do. Iron plate over the exit. I don't think we can open it while it's like that. There's no way it'll open. A tank with a pipe coming out of it. There's nothing special about it. I want to get back to that big stove thing, but I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. Like, how do I get to the angle? I want to go... No. Oh, wait, over here. No, not that. A partition. There's nothing special about it. Not that. This. A well-kept countertop. Doesn't seem to be anything useful on it, though. Tank with a pipe coming out of it. There's nothing special about it. There's a note here, but it doesn't look like it's very important. There's a silver pot here. The table looks really old-fashioned. Probably means this is an old boat. Not that part of the door. Oh, shoot. Partition that splits the room. On the right side of the wall, it's one of those swinging doors. You see them a lot in between kitchens and dining areas in restaurants. Without this door, you'd need to run all the way around the partition to get to the other side. That'd be a real... That'd really be a pain in the ass, huh? Well, I guess it's not really important, but still. On the right side of the wall, there's a swinging door. How do I want to get to that stupid stove? Oh, here we go. The drawer seems to be stuck. It won't open. Use... Oh, I thought we were going to use the weird oil on that. A grill ready to grill. This apparently is the area where you put the coal. It's sealed shut and we can't get it open. What? I'm not allowed to use the oil? It's weird. I thought that's what it was for. I'm missing some... Huh. Oh, hold on. Am I supposed to combine these now? No. Oh. What? Is that even... Oh, I see. Wow, Jumpy, you can reach really high. Yeah, I can jump pretty high. Here we go. Wait, did I just jump into the... Stop it. The light's pretty high up. It's hard to get to. Doorknob works. That damn bolt is the problem. Can I use this on the bolt? The bolt is rusted in place. It won't budge. Of course. Maybe if I put some... Okay, this is the thing that I need to put oil on. I knew there was something. Maybe if I put oil on it. Hey! Just a little bit of oil and... Come on. Come on, you little son of a bitch. Whoa! Ha! Yes! Got you, little bastard. You did it, Jumpy! You're so smart! Okay. What's in here? I'm gonna save. Whoa, as Junpei walked into the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Okay, there's a freezer. A walk-in. Hopefully, this isn't the type of freezer you see in, like, weird movies and games, where for some reason it locks from the outside, which is not how any of these freezers have ever worked. At least not the ones I've ever seen. Oh. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat. Ugh, it's cold in here. What is this place? Are you blind? It's a freezer. Santa's... Shut up, Santa. Shouldn't you like the cold? You live in the North Pole. Santa's teeth had already begun to chatter. Hardly surprising, the freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation. Oh, no way. That's way too cold for me. I'll freeze solid in seconds. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm gonna leave the rest to you. And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in. Whoa, it's really cold in here. White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver. Hey, you don't need to be in here. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this. No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now. But Jinbei had scarcely opened his mouth. Great. When the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. Son of a bitch. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had only recently come through was closed. Junpei rushed to the door. How? Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob. Ow! It was cold beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful. The doorknob had been frozen solid. They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured. Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Did you summon your future ghost or something? Oh no. Yes. It was me. From the future. I wrote a small poem about it, but I didn't warn myself to not die in here. Yeah. Very helpful. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door. Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door! She wasted no time in responding. What do you want? What's going on? The door won't open. Try opening it from that side. Please. Fine. If you say so. Hold on. Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. A+ acting by me, I think. Then the grunting ceased and they could hear light panting, as if from exertion. Then, Oh. It's no use! It won't budge! You've got more people in there, you figure it out. Thanks, Lotus! God damn it! Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and shivering violently. Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. With every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies. Anyway, let's find a way out. If we don't get moving, we're gonna be permanent residents. two heads are better than none. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around the room, okay? Right. Oh, that was me. They pushed in close to one another and began to search. Alright, it's searching time. What's that? A pot? I can't click on it. What's this thing? Mates? What's that? What? Why is there dry ice in here? Dry ice? Can't you make that stuff cause an explosion if you seal it in something that's like airtight? What? Can you? I don't know anything about dry ice except you shouldn't touch it. Explode? Yeah, didn't you do that in school? You should never underestimate the power of expanding gas. Okay, interesting. Dry ice. We might be able to cause an explosion if we put it in something airtight and make it melt. Fuck. Alright, dude. Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeve so as to avoid burning himself. Okay, good. Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right? Yeah, it is. I wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again. Can we just add water? Hell if I know. How's that gonna help us anyway? Oh, well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here. They were about to move on when June spoke up. Carbon dioxide sublimation point is minus... What? Minus 109 degrees. How do you know this? I'm assuming that's... Okay. Dry... No, carbon dioxide... I'm glad everyone has such, like, diverse things that they just know about, like in real life. Any warmer than that and it'll turn into gas. Any lower and it becomes solid. Junpei looked at her dumbfounded. How do you know that? Despite my looks, I'm the clean... Ugh, bleh. The queen of random knowledge. Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off. Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb? Yef? What's white? You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you? June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei thought to himself. Come on, guys, don't you think that's kind of weird? I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first. Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. Junpei, however, was not in the mood to discuss science. No, I am. It is weird. It is odd. It did seem rather odd to Junpei, and he couldn't help but think about it. June answered. But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under a high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure, it won't turn into a liquid, right? That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating, and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one. See, that's weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and... Hold on, I feel like all of this is important for me to make sure I write down. Like, what if I get to the end of the game and it's like, here's a quiz on all the weird things people said. And I'm not going to remember all of them. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide? June replied with an answer that stunned both of them. Well, there's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees. Huh? I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees. Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees? You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees? Well, yeah. Well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees. Water that freezes at 96 degrees. Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees. Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put a question to June. So, what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called? I heard it's called ice. Oh, ice 9? 9? Very important. Ice 9? Originally, Ice 9 was made up, a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists. Wait, hold up. So, is this thing called Ice 9, or is it water? Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid, and if it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different. So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that? Yep. She wasn't finished. Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it, and did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin that was en route to England was shipped, and by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Naturally, scientists worldwide wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin and began asking for samples of the seed. A seed is, of course, a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be a simple matter. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, nearby samples did as well. The interesting thing about the stuff we hear in this game is that some of the things have been true and some of the things have not been true. We'll never know. No one confirm or deny any of them. I will ban you. It didn't end there. After that day, all glycerin in the world began to crystallize naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like, how do I put it?
This game must be much more sophisticated than Final Fantasy, since Final Fantasy only has Ice, Ice 2, and Ice 3.
God damn it. Thank you. It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating in some way that we can't sense. Jinpei. Alright, I don't want to be insulting to her, so let's suspend our disbelief and be like, huh. Impressed. I wonder if I'm impressed by fake things, if the game will punish me. Jinpei was honestly impressed. It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story. Wow, that's pretty interesting. But, what does that have to do with Ice 9? To his surprise, it was Santa, not June, who answered. What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean? A lot like... Well, that would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man, it'd be the end of the world. Jinpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with the proper concern. At any rate, we're not going to have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick. He was right. Junpei shivered. Alright guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kind of at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore. Seriously. I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. I frickin' hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here. Santa stomped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him. Selfish, isn't he? Thought Junpei to himself. Still, Santa was right. And it was high time they got back to their search. The story of Ice 9 had him interested. Oh shoot. There's a fucking ad! But they would time to think about that when they got to the freezer. Alright, whatever. No music. Sorry, be right back.
7 and 1 is 8, which is almost 9 if you squint real hard.
Alright, hello. Sorry about the silence. I had a moment there where I was like, what if I just like unmuted my mic and I was like, da 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 da, but then, I don't know. Then all you leave. Hey, Austin. Yeah, so Twitch is, so the way that Twitch's ad thing used to work is that you'd get a little a countdown with a minute before it was going to play. And then you'd have like between like, it would say, oh, ad starting soon. And usually, sometimes it would hang there for like a minute. So I would try to activate it before it counted down manually because it would never work. But you definitely have like, I don't know, at least 10 to 20 seconds, maybe a minute before it actually did it. Now it does it immediately. So I looked over and it said, oh, 3, 2, 1. I was like, oh, but I was too late. So anyway, also if you snooze ads now, it turns the pre-rolls on immediately. At least that's what people are saying. So I'm so sorry if you had to watch the beginning of an ad there. I try to make sure that I only run ads when I'm not here. But they changed it like a couple days ago, maybe like the end of last week. I didn't see any like updates about it. It just started happening much faster. In a way, it's good. When I get used to it, it'll be great because I won't have to sit here and click it. But in another way, it's like I really don't want to I really don't want to have to baby it anymore. Ugh. Now clips have subtitles. Is that bad? I guess if they're incorrect. But if you could control, I haven't made any clips in a while, but I'm assuming if you can control the subtitles, that'd be pretty good. All right. Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. I was one click away. All right. So, can we look at the pipes? There's water dripping from this pipe. It looks like when the pipe burst, the water hit the doorknob and froze it in place. This water actually seems almost warm. Oh, interesting, does it? There's warm water flowing from the pipe. It's a thin pipe. Hey, Junpei, didn't you find some dry ice earlier? Yeah. There's warm water coming out of that pipe. Warm water and dry ice? Well, what do you think would happen if we put that stuff in a sealed container together? There's ice surrounding the doorknob. No luck. It's too hard. I can't break it. There's too much mist to see what's going on over at the other end. Wait, what was that? This thing is covering something. It's frozen solid. I can't flip it over. Oh. What's that? This thing's frozen solid. This pork? Yeah, seems like it. What's this thing? It looks like a tag or something. Chunk of pork. Every time we see meat or a knife, I'm like, yes, even better than Mama. I love cooking, Mama. I love it. Jumpy, there's a slip of paper in that meat. I think there's something written on here, but I can't read it like this. If we try to pull it out, it'll probably rip. You need to defrost that. I don't think we're going to be doing that in this room. Okay, I need to defrost this chunk of pork. Everything's frozen in here. It doesn't look like there's anything else interesting. No? Is that kabocha? The shelves are covered with frozen food. Nothing special about that. No, I can't. Alright, what's this weird thing on the floor? What the? Water bottle? Okay. A water bottle? Yes, it is. It's an empty water bottle. The neck is pretty small. I don't think I could fit anything very big in there. Oh, maybe water. This rope? Ooh, sturdy rope. That'll come in handy. It's a rope. Well, we could use it to attach something to something else, I guess. Sturdy rope. I could probably tie things together with this. There isn't anything else here that looks useful. Okay. Can I go back in there? Oop, no! I can't click on any of these little bits? Aww. Alright. So, can we use the water bottle in the warm water? There's warm water flowing from the pipe. No? Can I defrost the pork? No. Put the dry ice here? No. Huh? Let me try something. Wait, why can't I? Frozen in place. I can't get it off. That's so weird that I can't. Oh. Oh, they're making me do it a different way. I see. Let's start off by putting the dry ice into the water bottle. But the dry ice is too big. Well, you gotta figure out a way to make it smaller. Then don't you, genius? Jesus! Can I cut it with a knife? Chop. Can I just say combine? No. Make it smaller. Then, right. There's a window in the door, but it's pretty thick. We won't be able to break it. Anything else in here? Are those lights? What am I looking at? Wait, can I? Dry ice. We might be able to cause an explosion if we put it in something airtight and make it melt. Chunk of pork with paper inside of it. We should be able to take it out once it's been defrosted. Sturdy rope. I could probably tie things together with this. But I can't tie that. Can I tie something to this? It's so weird that I can't just put water in it. Oh, unless you want me to... I need to crush the dry ice if I want to get it in the bottle. I don't know how to crush it. Is there something crushy in here? I would use that big pot up there, but I'm not allowed to interact with it. Wait, what? I already tried to click on this weird frozen chicken. It's really hard. It's frozen stiff. Hey, June, can you say that again? Huh? Say it again. It's really hard? Again. It's really hard? Thanks. Something wrong, what the fuck? Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red. Nothing. I'm fine. What the fuck, you idiot children? If it's that hard, you could probably use it as a hammer. Yeah, good point. Maybe we can use it to break something. Why couldn't I use this to break it? I swear to God, I clicked on all these little bits. You watched me. Idiot children. Alright. Combine. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Alright, the dry ice is all in pieces now. Dry ice crumbled. Alright, combine that with bottle. I'm gonna put these pieces of dry ice into the water bottle. Okay. Water bottle with dry ice in it. So you put the dry ice in the water bottle, Jumpy. If it explodes, it could probably blast away the ice on the door. So how are we gonna get it to stay against the doorknob? With rope. And let's just tie a rope on here. That's an interesting tying. Hey, why don't we use that rope to tie that bottle onto the doorknob? We just have to put some water in it, and then if we can give it a good whack with something, kaboom! It'll explode and break the ice off the door. Then what are we waiting for? I can't take this cold any longer. Okay. Use. Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door. Junpei pulled out the water bottle filled with dry ice, let a good amount of water fall in, and then quickly sealed it up tight. The makeshift bomb complete, he tied it to the doorknob as quickly as he could manage in the cold. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now? We just need to give it a little, tap. The bottle's already about to pop. If we just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own. A small rock? A small rock? Junpei looked down at the floor. Scattered across it were pieces of dry ice left over from the larger chunk he crushed earlier. Alright, this ought to do the trick. He pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep from getting burned and grabbed the chunk of dry ice. It was a pretty good size, about as big as a pool ball. He figured it would be just about the right size. Alright guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere. Well, we can lift the... There's like the thing. Frozen chicken is harder than frozen pork. Everybody knows that. Like how everyone knows it's lotuses have 8 petals. Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern. Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius? There isn't really anywhere big enough. What? Literally right here. Yeah, there is. Look, right here. We can hide in there. Junpei pulled open the door to the small cellar. Come on, get inside, quick! Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw. By saving! I don't think making saves is gonna matter too much. I'm constantly worried about something crashing or exploding or me losing power. Okay. Alright, here it goes. 3, 4, 5? What? Yeah, you're counting the wrong way! Oh, oops. That was a really sad excuse for a joke, man. Sorry, dude. Alright, for real this time. You guys ready? Yes. Whenever you're ready. Just throw the damn thing. Alright, here I go. 3, 2, 1. Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. With the same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June, just as... Oh! Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door. Jumpy! The ice on the door, is it gone? Yeah, it's gone. That blast must have shattered it. Yes! Alright, let's see if it opens. Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all his might. Oh, thank God. The door gave way easily and all 3 of them tumbled out of the freezer at once. Hooray! We're out! June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor. Move! Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed. Ow! God damn it! Hot, 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 hot! Fuck! He proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage. But where was Lotus? Oh God. Oh God. It took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest. Okay, Jesus Christ, I thought she was gone or dead. Welcome back. I was starting to get tired of waiting. Okay, car. Waiting for you guys. You weren't very helpful. With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her. What were you doing? What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting. We were gonna die! Oh yeah? But you didn't, so everything worked out alright, didn't it? What the hell? Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I really was worried. Oh, don't give me that crap. I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door, but I couldn't find anything. So all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the cops? It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth. Fine. But there's one thing I have to ask you. What's that? You didn't close the door, did you? Oh, what? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too. She was right, and Junpei knew it. Without them, she'd be in very serious trouble. It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure. If Lotus had really wanted to kill them, all she would have had to do was bar the door from the outside. And she hadn't. Well, she hadn't done anything. The most she was guilty of was laziness or negligence, not attempted murder. Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize. Well, I'm sorry I doubted you. Oh, yes, well, that's all right, as long as you understand. Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back toward Junpei and Lotus. Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death. How rude! I was plenty busy. Yeah. How about you put all that energy into something besides bitching. Let's go. God. We're starting to fight. Alright. I have this now. I want to put this on the grill. Is this a frozen piece of pork? Hey, what's that? It looks like there's a piece of paper inside it. Well, if you try to pull it out, it might tear. Maybe you can melt it if you put it on something warm. Something warm? Something warm. Oh yeah, didn't someone burn themselves on something earlier? Santa's probably like, shut up! No one burned themselves! I don't know what you're talking about. Ugh. Did she even try calling the cops? Excuse me, police? I'm on the Titanic. Help! Judge. Guess I'll put meat on the grill. Hey, what are you doing? What are you gonna do if the paper burns? Come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away, right? We're just gonna keep an eye on it and the paper will be fine. Well, they can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on this pork. I hope I didn't burn it. Cool, looks like it's about time. I'm gonna try taking the paper out. Jumpy, be careful. Sweet of her to care, but I know what I'm— Ow! See? I told you! Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. This thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out. So are we gonna have to cut the meat? Yeah, it looks that way. Okay, that's fine. I can do that. Knife. Alright, now that I've sharpened a knife, yes, I cut the pork. Awesome, Junpei. Now we can cut out the paper. Huh? Hold on. The backside? No. C plus 10 plus F? C plus 10 plus F. I like that part of the song. Huh. C plus 10 plus F. Do you think it's some kind of code? Damn it, they're just screwing around. Jinpei, do you know what C and F stands for? You think maybe it means corporate finance? What? I thought it was clever and funny. Kid, seriously. It says C plus 10 plus F on the note. Oh. Can I take this? Man, this pork smells good. Mmm. Can I have it? No. Alright. Well, it's probably... I want to look at that note again. Get back over there. Here we go. Looks like a serving table. I would imagine food is put here after it's prepared so the waiters and waitresses can take it out to the customers, but something doesn't seem right here. Why are there so many plates? Can I touch that, please? Okay. Oh, that's all it says to me now. Then once you hit 16, yeah. That's how you count in hexadecimal. It's called pork note. C plus 10 plus F. Alright, so if we're doing that, C is... Where is my eraser stuff? C is 12 plus 10, which is 10, plus F. F is 15. 12 plus 10 plus 15. Oh, what is this even? 9 plates for appetizers. Let me go back. What was the original one? App 9, meat 10. Soup A, seafood F. I don't know what this is for, though. Unless I'm supposed to turn this into a... Wait a minute. This is probably what you're supposed to use to enter the password. Maybe if we put in the right number, it'll open the oven door. Jinpei, maybe that note you found earlier. Yeah, I know. Do you know how to enter those numbers? I think E is for enter and C is for clearing. So basically when I'm ready to submit my answer, I press E. So if I screw up, I just press C, right? Lotus nodded. Alright, let's give it a shot. But I don't understand... Unless it's just the 3, and then it would be 12, 10, 15. Just, I don't have to add anything? No. Oh, it's 3 numbers. Oh, so I just, hold on. So, wait, would that even work? Then what was the point of the app and the soup and the... What the fuck was the point of that? No. Unless I'm supposed to do the whatever of it, which would be 10, which would be 1? That can't be right. Oops, I hit back. Huh? This is weird. Hey, you're just punching in random numbers, aren't you? Maybe if you just enter it like it said in the hint. Ah, shut up. Just shut up. Get the numbers wrong. C plus 10. Oh, it's not that 10. It's the other 10. It's 10 is 16. Oh my god. I got tricked. I don't know if I need the O. Oh my god. So dumb. I was like, 10 is just 10. Sounds like metal is falling? Well, I guess that went well. What do you mean metal is falling? Open. Yeah! What is that? All this for just one tiny thing. The door opened. Good job, Jumpy! Huh? Saturn again? Saturn key card. This looks like a lowercase h, but the line next to it's thrown me off. It's the symbol for Saturn. Remember, there was an elevator next to the main staircase. Wasn't there a mark like this on the card reader next to it? Oh yeah, I remember that. I guess that means that card ain't gonna help us get out of this room then. I'm not sure. Why don't we try it out? We could. A Saturn key card. I saw the same symbol on a card reader next to the elevator by the main staircase. This card might be useful there too, though. Couldn't hurt to give it a shot. Alright. Oh shit, it did work. Yes! I think it's unlocked now. You did it, Jumpy. Let's get out of here. You sure? The light is green. Okay. Alright, let's go. Every time we go into a room, it's worse, though. You found it. I keep wanting to be like, yahaha, you found it. Ooh, what's this? They stepped out of the kitchen and into a hallway that looked rather familiar. Oh, we're on the other side of the bars, right. A metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it, there were 2 elevators and the entrance to the kitchen. They had entered the kitchen from one door and come out the other. That meant their map of the ship's interior was accurate. They laid the map out in front of them and began to discuss their next step. There were four possible routes. Oh my god. There were A, B, C, and D. Oh god. Well, it looks like A and B go to the same room. First, A and B. Both, A and B both seemed to connect to an L-shaped room. However, the 2 doors that led to the room were both locked and could not be opened. Next was Route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase. And that means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors. Then, do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway? No, I don't think we will. Why not? Look, there by the stairs. See how the gates opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed, but it's open now. What do you think that means? They opened it. Most likely. Well, then if we take Route C, we're going backwards. That would be pointless. Then that means... All 4 looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase, its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship. Route D, then. D it is. Yep, Route D. Then we're set. Okay. I'm going to save, because this feels like a good saving point. I think every time we, like, get past a major hurdle, we'll save. Yeah. Cooking Mama's pleased. She's on my glasses cleaning cloth. I got this at PRGE last year. Isn't it beautiful? Even better as a mama. There's a carrot on it. They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck. Alright, so we went down the stairs. To C deck. Just to be sure, they kept going to check the deck beneath. Yeah, just like I thought. Deck D is totally underwater. Just like the bottom of the central staircase. The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror. As ominous as it was, Junpei took at least some comfort from the fact that the level hadn't gone up much since the last time he'd seen it. They turned back to C deck. It didn't take them long to find the two elevators in front of the stairs. They looked identical to the elevators on the top floor with one exception. These elevators had a card reader on the wall between them. Ooh. On the card reader was a strange mark. Hey, look, it's Lotus's symbol. Huh? Venus. See, it's the woman's symbol with a thorn on it. That seems like... Oh, what the fuck? Ow! Ow, 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 ow! Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat. Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil herself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up. Oh wait. Mercury, duh. Because it has the thing. I already messed one up. Right. Elevators have Mercury between them. Sorry, Sailor Mercury. This is the Mercury symbol. The thorn symbolizes the wings on Hermes' staff. Hermes, herpes, whatever. If we can't get this thing to work, those elevators aren't going anywhere. In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it. Probably. They gave up on the elevator and returned to the stairs. A hallway stretched out to the left. Whoa. A great many doors lined both sides of the hallway. They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging. Damn it! If we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them. I think the sun's already set. I have a feeling the ship is the only thing that's gonna be going down anytime soon. That's even worse! Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we? Frustration and fear building, they walked back to the stairs. To their right was a small hallway. Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors. Let's open it. Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. We're immediately going to get trapped in here. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Oh, shit. He simply stood, unable to speak. The other simply stared, open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak. What the hell is this? A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room swam with the harsh, biting smell of antiseptic. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine, and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. Huh? Hold on. That's so weird. Why would this be here? Ugh. She your favorite sailor? Oh, you mean Sailor Moon? I love all of them. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors, 3 of them emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. Oh my god, I can't believe there are so many of them. 3. The second door from the left had no number. But the third had been given a 7, and the rightmost door had an 8. There could be no doubt they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What he wondered could it mean? This is so weird. This is so weird. This is a stressful room. I'd rather go into a puzzle room. Let's take a look at the doors. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Junpei headed toward the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8. Oh. That's so weird. It's no use. Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the no-nary game? We have to activate the red or the numbered doors won't... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, what's wrong? Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember the red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant. Oh yeah, you're right. But this one... There's nothing on it. Oh, because it's a red. That you go the other way. Wait a minute, but that... Right? I wonder if it's broken? Only one way to find out. I would not have done that, dude. It didn't respond. All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but it refused to respond. Yeah, because... They pulled at the lever and still it did nothing. It's gotta be the other way. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for the door that was behaving strangely. Unless we need to get the power back on. The red on the door 7 also refused to respond. And 3 was similarly silent. None of them would respond. What did it mean? Is it not the other way? I mean, I guess the other ones are blue, but still. Maybe the power's cut. I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance. No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake? Maybe. That doesn't explain why things ain't working. It was at this moment that they heard a voice from behind them. What the fuck? How did you get here? Snake. Hold on, which one is Snake? Snake, I think, is the one who can't see. It's been a while since we've seen other people. Yes, blind guy. Okay. I believe the bottom of the device has been removed. They spun around to see. Snake? But it was more than just Snake. Ace, Clover, and 7 quickly filed into the room as well. Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised. How did you guys... How did you end up here? After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through, and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile, almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps it wasn't. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way. No, the ninth man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. There you have it, our half of the story. His part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent in thought. Then he spoke. Okay, let me see if I got all this straight. When you guys got here, the bases for the Reds were already gone. And you looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything. So you figured that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors. So you went and had a look? Yeah. And while you were looking around, you heard voices. Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here. Indeed. And that was how we found you. Junpei examined the 3 Reds again, just in case. On the bottom of each was a long, thin gap. It looked like a slot for something. Probably something electronic. Well, this isn't good. If the red is inactive, we can't keep going. Well, what about the hallway over there? Isn't there anything, anywhere else we can go? No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else. Hospital rooms? That's what's behind all those doors? Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one. There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked. There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter. Okay, that's like a 4. Hallway has more hospital rooms. And then the bottoms of the Reds are missing. I smell charcoal. Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere. I wonder what they all mean. For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought. I mean, if this relies on the number of the planets being the same, but they're including the sun, aren't they? Oh no, they're just including the Earth. I think we're fine then. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I mean, it is 9, but they have to include Pluto. They have to. While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was just a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this. Of all people, it was 7 who answered, and with calm confidence. Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are, it's the Gigantic. Huh? The Gigantic? Huh? Hmm? Huh? Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else. What's this Gigantic? 7 knit his brows for a moment, then began to explain. The Gigantic. He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had two sister ships who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. Whoa. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run aground after the incident and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gourdane purchased her. Lord Gourdane? That's pretty funny. Maybe Zero is Lord Gourdane. And he's very old. Lord Gourdane, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gourdane's eye. So, you're saying this Lord Gourdane bought this ship?
Yeah. At least I think I am. That's impossible.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Hold on. Sister ship to Titanic. Okay. Pipe down, just pay attention. Oh. What? That's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that the ship is really the Gigantic.
Oh, well, the ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So I just figured...
Oh, for goodness, don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey, wait a minute. Memory isn't back? Junpei was, he felt, legitimately shocked by what seemed to be new and very important information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange. What? He decided to revise his attitude for the next question. Wait, was I the only one that didn't know? Everyone nodded. Why?
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told him I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up.
What? Then, almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment. Oh shit. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. Okay. We finally got another time update. The last one we got was at like... God, it was so long ago. I don't think we got an update at 11.
Hell yeah, Black DS. How's the game so far?
Hey, Beanie Feenie. Thank you for 43 months. The game is really, really interesting. Alright, yeah, 10:30. Alright, so now it is midnight. It's midnight. Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. We've got to find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
Well, we've looked everywhere in this room. That only leaves one place to look.
One?
Well, I guess it's not really right.
Oh, wait! Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Don't freak out. We already searched 4 of them.
4 rooms?
We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each person does 6 rooms, it'll be 48 rooms, right?
What, so there are 48 rooms left? Her earlier experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust Seven. Seven scratched his head awkwardly.
Oh, I don't know.
After a little more discussion, they split up and headed toward the rooms to begin searching them. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. Okay. Starboard side, fore to aft. 6, I think it said 6 rooms each. All right, front to back. Ship terms. They also determined when they would return to report their findings the next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in a large central room full of beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If this strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However? What do you mean, however? What? From far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m. Huh? But we didn't... No, how could it be 1? He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. Wait, what? They had gathered in front of door number 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him. Oh god, that looked terrifying. Jumpy, look! She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately he knew what she meant. The display in the front of the red read vacant. Junpei sighed. Come on, guys, who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it. Well... Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut. What the hell? What's up with you guys? They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Ooh. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, that's the thing. We don't know. You don't know? When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. The slot that had been opened on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other 2? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes. Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Okay. What the fuck? Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Huh. Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen. He could go through... No, it's impossible. Does that mean that he found them?
I have no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either.
I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person.
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to?
Maybe he's lost. Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place. Hello? The girl who's always... Clover raised her head. No, that's impossible! Suddenly she was shouting. Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible. Clover had started to shake and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes. I'm gonna go look for him. The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run. Hey, hold on, Clover, wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone. Damn it! What should we do now? Well, the red is working now. No, we're not leaving two people behind. We should all go look for them.
Aw, man, this isn't good.
Yeah, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
How the I lost like 2 hours immediately. Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. Like I never heard 11 happen. I heard 10:30. Now it's 1. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. I'm gonna save. Jeez. I like how I walked to go look at the rooms and then immediately was one and I did nothing useful. Oh. Alright, we're actually gonna... Oh, I gotta stretch my legs because I'm all scrunched up. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you're enjoying my stream. I'm gonna take a quick break so I can stretch. Ugh, because playing the DS in a chair is uncomfortable. Hey! Darth Slytherin, thank you for 58 Prime months. Welcome back. I stretched. Ugh. I feel like I need more stretching. I tried to touch my toes, still can't do that. Maybe someday. Oog. Alright. Oof. Ah. Erg. Back into the scrungle position. Alright. Take my ridiculous amount of cords away. Alright, in front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Soon, only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others. Alright, we should go too. Yes, let's go. But where should we start? Let's see. Oh my god, there's so many options. Wait, my arms are yeah, my arms are there, but they're incorrect now. So now it's just us. I can't have all of them up, though. The casino, B deck. The first class cabin, B deck. The hallway with all the rooms. Back to large hospital room. Hold on. What was this one? That's the kitchen. That's the casino we learned about. Those were those two mirror rooms? First class cabin. Interesting. I kind of want to go into the casino. Alright, so split up and search. Let's just do the first option. The casino. B deck. Okay. How about the casino on B deck? Okay, sounds good. They took off up the stairs at a run. Excuse me. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. Boop. She was leaning against the wall examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake. I'm just not seeing it. Really? Maybe you need to look harder. Jinpei didn't think that was the problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? What? Yes, I'm going to listen. Listen to what she has to say. What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah. What do you need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door? Well, even if we wanted to, that's impossible. Why? Well, Jumpy's bracelet number is 5 minus 6 and yours is 8. Our digital route would be 1. 5 plus 6 plus 8 is 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. But there's no number 1 door in this large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8. Then we add another person. Huh? Who? What, isn't that easy? 7. She was right. If they added 7... Five plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 is 26. 2 plus 6 is 8. Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. But... Well, hold on a sec. What about the other 4? Why don't you add them up? That was simple enough. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. 1 plus 0, 1. The digital root of those 4 would be 1. That's right. And, you know, the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. No, are you saying you'd leave them behind? Of course not. What kind of woman would you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? And then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind. Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you'd do anything of the sort. Really? Why do you think that? You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours. Well, you never know until you try. No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden. But an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The digital route for the 4 of us will be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9. Right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'd be stuck. Lotus scratched the back of her ear. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said, nor did she seem particularly surprised. Well, let's try to find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us. That's impossible. Are you being serious? You do know that only 5 people at most can go through one of the number doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind. Oh shit. Can we really not all leave? I don't know why I assumed we could both make a 9 and just one group would go through and then the other group would go through. I thought it would be fine. You're right, that is true. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. What? Lotus's forehead furrowed. Do you think I could have a moment alone? There's some things I need to think about. Jesus! Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. I don't know why I thought it would be totally fucking fine to, like, have one group go in and then the other, but I guess I don't know which combo would even be right. Okay, Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking to her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But, he told himself, pessimism would get them nowhere. So he forced himself to smile and turned to June. Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay? Yeah, you're right. We can think about those other things later. Junpei nodded. This is gonna suck, dude! Alright, where should we go next? Fucking, I don't know, I say we go to the first class cabin. B deck. Let's go take a look at the first class cabin. It's really close. They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. Okay, so Clover's forward, but I think I have her in a weird spot. Yeah. Just cat hair on my nose. Okay, she was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Jeez. Oh, we're gonna talk to her. Talk to her. Okay. Are you alright? He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but, He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow or fake. God damn it. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother who she seemed to have been very close to. Alone. Her voice was thin and barely audible. Alone. Alone. I said, leave me alone! Suddenly she was screaming. You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off. Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else. Stop bothering me. Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. Jun's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well. Why are you still here? Didn't you hear me? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just... Alright, let's go, Jun. Yeah. Jesus. They turned and left Clover. Okay, look. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Oh my gosh! Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake and fast. He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile. Oh, so where do you think we should go next? Well, I don't want to go back to the casino. Let's just do them in order then. Hallway with rooms on C deck. Okay, why don't we go back to C deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms. Okay, let's get going then. Together they ran down the stairs. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake. Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
Junpei paused. What did he want to do? No, let's, run to Ace. We'll give that a shot. Though there's someone already doing this, so maybe it's fine. With Jun in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Hello there. Snake is, well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet either.
Junpei nodded. I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can for Clover's sake.
Right. Jun's face looked kind of enraptured. By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei. Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all. Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke.
Yes. You know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that you mention it.
Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
Alright. Let's go, Jumpy. At Jun's urging, they left. Okay. Asked about sibling. He's taken care of it. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil. There was so much to think about. But no, it would have to be put aside for now. As Ace had said, finding Snake was their top priority. Junpei did his best to clear his mind. Alright, where should we go next? Oh my god. Alright. Well, I think we should go back to the hospital room. That's the only one we haven't been to yet, unless something awful has happened somewhere else. Okay, why don't we go back to the big hospital room? Okay, let's go then. They turned and headed back toward the large hospital room. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and Jun noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Uh-oh. Junpei paused. Oh my god. If I watch and wait, I wonder if he would... Is that even an option? No, it's walk away. I would want to watch. Let's talk to him. Junpei and June walked up to Santa. What are you doing? What, you can't tell? I'm checking out the red. Why? Is there something bothering you? He could just go through. What, it's not bothering you? Actually, no, he can't go through because you have to have at least 3, so he would explode. Huh? This. The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here? Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but who do you think did it? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head. I don't know. Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us? Oh! Who do I think? Shit. It's weird that my options are... How is there a 0 and then someone other than the 8 of them? Who did it? Our options are Snake, Lotus, 0. Hi, Octavia. Oh, my foot's going numb. I gotta switch. Switch scrungles. Someone other than the 8 of them? That could all. I'm gonna say, let's say 0. I think it was probably 0. Why? Well, isn't it obvious? Oh no, she wants to sit on my lap. Honey, I'm gaming. I'm gaming with a DS. Help. Alright. Here, I'll put my legs in a way. Octavia. Now she's looking away. Maybe it was Octavia. Octavia, did you fix the doors? Come on. The sooner you're up, the sooner I can keep playing. Ugh. She's like 13 pounds now. Aren't you my heavy baby? My fatty baby. Well, how the hell am I supposed to play now? Streaming on original hardware is stupid! No one should do this. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna have to move these. That's where the cords go, is where your whole face is right now, sweetheart. That's where the cords go. Oh, princess. Ouch. Alright, well. Alright. I just get close to the microphone. Alright, stay still, sweetheart. She's kneading my arm. Isn't that obvious? He's the guy who set this whole thing up. You don't think that would mean the opposite? Seems like that means he didn't do it. I mean, who do you think took that stuff out in the first place? Well, probably 0. Yeah, exactly. Then why the hell would he put him back in after he'd taken them out himself? It just doesn't make sense. To make us suspect each other, you idiot! To make us suspect each other. Oh no, she won't chew the cords. She's just kneading my sweater right now. Why do all that work? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, what happened then? Who put that stuff back in the reds? Junpei furrowed his brow. So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red. Santa grinned. Bingo! We've a winner. But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know. They fixed the red. Yeah, but why? No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find find out something else. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. She's trying to become a little circle. Oh. She's missing a bunch of hair under her neck where they had to zap her lymph nodes. God, she's pressing on my ribs. Alright. If they had to come clean on that, we'd find out something else. Santa thinks it had to be one of us. And that person is hiding something else. Okay. Something bad. Something bad? I don't know. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance. You think maybe they did something to Snake? It's not out of the question. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet. Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've got to be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away. Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. We are trusting June quite a bit. Uh-oh. We're also trusting me. On TV, I gotta put my DS on you for a second. Okay. Where would they go next? What? I've already looked everywhere. I guess we could go back to some places. I think I should save before I do that, though. Now that we've gone everywhere. It says we can finish searching, though. Yeah, it was me. I'm the bad guy. I hope that's not the twist. It's a shame I can't look around these places. Let's take a look around the casino. Okay. They quickened their pace and headed for B-Deck. I assume... There was no one there. They had no choice. Junpei and June turned around and headed a different direction. What? What do you mean there was no one there? But wouldn't we look around? I guess if we're specifically looking for this guy... Doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't... I guess I could be the bad guy. Alright, we'll try the hallway. Let's go back downstairs and check out that hallway with all the doors. They took off at a run down the stairs. Who knows, this dude might show up. There was no sign of anyone. Snake, of course, was nowhere to be found. They would have to look somewhere else. What do you mean, of course? Why don't we go back to the big hospital room? Okay, let's go then. Alright, so we're rechecking all the places. There was no one to be seen. Okay, there's no one anywhere. Check the cabin one more time, because I don't think I went back there. No one. Junpei figured they might have more luck somewhere else, but where? No. Wait, I lost my ability to say I'm done. Shoot. Now we're stuck wandering around. That's the best idea. Together they ran down the... Okay. No one there. Okay, finish search. Well, it's weird that these are grayed out now. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. We can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, he's not here. We need to get moving. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point in wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, Seven spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We gotta figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal. Oh, God. All right. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped. Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Sacrifice?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams, 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, only 1 person will be left behind, leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. What? I don't want to say any of this. I don't want to do this at all. That doesn't even make sense. None of this... We have 3 doors. Oh god, no, but we would have to... Okay, so who do we have left? We have to do some tallying. We have Ace. We do not have Snake. We have Santa. She should be back, so we should have Clover. You have me, June, Seven, and Lotus. So we have 7 people currently. There are 3 doors. 3. Well, why don't we go through the non-whatever door? There's a 3, blank, 7, and 8. You have to be between 3 and 5 people to go through a door. So, let's think. One, 3, and 4 would be enough to go through 8. That's 1 door. And then there would be 5, 6, 7, 8 left. What would that make? Shit, that also equals 8. So either of those 2 groups would work for 8. Oh no. There's gotta be a way to do this differently. I'm gonna say no. No, hold on. There's gotta be a way to do this. That equals 1, so that doesn't work. I'm just gonna sit here and do some math. Hold on. 1, 5, 6, 12. 12 is 3. Okay, so 1, 5, 6 could go together. If it was 1, 5, 6, what's left? 3, 4, 7, 8. My 2. That's 4. That's not a door. Fuck! There's gotta be a way. This is ass. I'm gonna say... Oh yeah, I'm not doing it in my head. I'm writing it down. I can't do it in my head. I'm gonna say I'm not sure. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was true. Wait a minute. 2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2. You can't split into 5 and 2. And 1 person's left behind if we split into 3, 3, and 1? Oh, she's just asking me this stuff. 6, 7? That doesn't even make sense. We are 7. I got that part. You can't go through... Yeah, you can't go through the number of doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind? Just run the numbers. There aren't more... You're just having 1 door go through and the other people can't go. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Did I try 1, 4, 5, 6 yet? No. Damn it. Need pencil. Who's left over? Well, that would be 3, 7, 8. What's the digital root for that? 3 plus 7 plus 8, 18. So add 1 and 8 is 9. Exactly, but door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead, calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Oh shit, it's calling my I mean, I want to do it, but there's so many numbers. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal, we only have to sacrifice 1 person if we split into 3, 3, and 1. When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind?
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logical and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves. What the fuck? No! That's too cruel. What's so cruel about it? To just sacrifice someone like that? Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1. That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone. I told you, that's impossible. Wake up! Whoa, calm down, you 2. Santa stepped between Lotus and June. Look, what Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Happiness. Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What? I disagree. What do you think? No, that's terrible. I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
Well, I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover? Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? That's not how it works. Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. God damn it, Clover! The motion carries. Fuck! Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei. Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care.
I'll stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
What the fuck? Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything. June's voice shook and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Oh my god. Thank God we don't have to vote.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them...
You won't be able to return correctly. Oh, correct?
Yeah?
True. But that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you, once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us. No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer. We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then perhaps you'd rather stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I will see. I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against the wall calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others. Good. Let's accept his kind offer, then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. Not on one, next to it. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, D-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right, we should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7? Seriously, honestly, I was getting sick. What? Why did he say seriously and honestly? You said the same thing. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you? Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something. Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way. His words sounded hollow and fake. Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own. She spun around and ran toward Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled. Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here. Then it happened. Huh? What? Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold. Ace? June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up. What happened, Ace? Say something. She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred. How are you fine?
This,
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand. What the fuck? In it was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read, Soperol Beta? Soperol Beta? Jinbei had no idea what it meant or what kind of medicine it might be. Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier, while we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired.
Jinbei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Jinbei and Jun's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself, so they would be forced to leave him behind. Ace.
Is there something you want to say? I'd just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No. Don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
Oh, you feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying. Ace! Ace! She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. I feel like it's very easy to die doing stuff like that, so that's not good. Jinpei was relieved to see that he was in fact still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Jinpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity. Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste. Right? She wasn't feeling any remorse. Jinpei was sure of that. Still, He held no grounds upon which to oppose her. It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke. Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we? Huh? What do you mean? Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door. Yes, that's true. Well, enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want? I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next 7. What the fuck? Okay, so... draw the doors again. Lotus wants 8. Alright, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say? Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step toward 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Ugh. You're gonna get it next time. She shot him a glare that would have melted steel and turned and stalked off. Alright, who's next? Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Alright, Junpei, what door do you want? At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Fuck. Well, it's not gonna be... I don't know. How many people are left? So, we can't change the 7 or the 8. So we have to add ourselves to 7 or 8. And obviously we want our girlfriend to come with us. So we need to have room for her to come with us. Let's see. And then there's always the 3 choice. So who is left? We are 5. There's 6. There's 3. And there's 4. Because 1 is now out. 1 is out. 2 is out. 7 and 8 have already picked. So yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 9 is dead. Okay. What does 3, 4, 5, 6 make? Did I write that one down yet? No. 3, 4, 5, 6. 11. Nope, that makes 9, doesn't it? Okay, so we can't all go together. So if we did 7 plus June and me, what does that make? That is 16, which could equal 7. So we could go with 7. Both of us, I mean. Oh, we could go with them both. We could go with them both. Both of us could go with them both. But then... And 3 can't go in alone. Oh, so it would have to be... Let's see. 7 plus 3 plus 4. Is 14. Which would be 5, so that doesn't work. 8 plus 3 plus 4. That wouldn't work either. I think we're gonna have to split up. Because that's 6. Unless we... I can't do door 3. That wouldn't work. I don't think. Unless... Hold on. No, that wouldn't work. It doesn't work. Fuck. I guess... I mean, I don't have to go with June, but I want to go with June. problem is, what do we do with the rest of them? Let me try this. If I go with 7 and Clover, that's 16 is 7. That could work. What about the 8 one? 17. That could work. So if I go with 7 and Clover, June could go with Santa and Lotus. I don't know if I want to leave her with them. I don't think they would take care of her at all. All right, let me check one more thing. If I go, I don't think I can though. 7 plus. Yeah, I think we have to do it like one of these. June and you? 8 plus me and him? Let's try like that. No, that makes 17. That would have to go in 8. Yeah, and that would be 16. So I would have to swap these two. Oh my gosh. I think... So if I choose 7, the people that can go with me are Clover or... No, yeah, that doesn't work. It would be 7 and Clover. Because the other path doesn't... Fuck. I think I have to pick... If I pick 8... plus 5 plus 4... I think Clover has to come with me no matter who I go with. 8 is Clover. Shit. Alright, well, I want to go with 7. I think I'm going to go with door 7. Okay, 7 it is. Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 8. What? Why? What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. It's all the math I was just doing. If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there's only 3 ways we can do it. Oh. Wait, what? They're just gonna do it for me? Alright, let me write it down. Plan A. Go through 7... with 3, 5, and 8. Yep. And go through 8 with 4, 6, and 7. Yep, that's the one I was just doing. Plan B. It's not backseating. This is good. Go through 7 with 4, 5, and 7. And go through 8 with 3, 6, and 8. Yeah, it only works those ways. Plan C. I don't know what Plan C is, though. Go through 7 with 3, 6, 7. And go through 8 with 4, 5, 8. And that's it. Those are our only options. Okay, I figured most of that. So let's see. That's the one I was thinking of. Where if I go with... Oh, they're moving it around. I see. That other one, that other option has the people going to doors they don't like. I didn't think I could do plan A because I didn't think we could force them to go to the door they didn't want to go to. I only found out about plan B and C because I was keeping them where they were. But no matter what, June and I have to be separated to even out the numbers because the 3 and the 6 and the 4 and the 5 are important. Okay. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Oh no. You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time? Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, they had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We gotta split up then. We got split up then too, but we all met up again. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somehow? Oh, somewhere. Why can't I read? Hold on, let me drink something. Yeah, probably. Probably. She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
Well, if they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of this shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June had said nothing. You know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid we're just not gonna have enough people to go through the 9. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yeah. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Ugh, you guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save. I still think I want to go through 7. I have 2 7 options. I can either go with 3 and 8 or 4 and 7, and I think I want to do it with 4 and 7 because I haven't hung out with them at all. I gotta get this cat off my lap. My feet are completely asleep. Oh, big yawn. Hi, baby. Yeah, only having one save is I agree, very stressful. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick break. I can't reach it. I'll be right back. Oh, hello. My feet are slightly less numb. Octavia's gotten a bunch of snacks. Ooh. Oh, my Discord was hacked a couple months ago and it got banned for sending spam, rightly so. Oh, since it got fixed, is there a way to get me unbanned? Yeah, I think so. Let me see if I can remember how to do that. There's definitely a way to do that. It's the same account, I assume, hopefully. Membies. Nope. I used to know how to do this because I had to do it for someone. Fans. Yeah, people get hacked all the time. Let's see. You have a 0 in your name. Makes it harder to search. Yeah, if you let me know what your... Wow, there's so many... Sorry, there's so many bots in here with the exact same picture. It's so weird seeing them all lined up with their different names. If you tell me what your username is, I can unban it. On Discord. But it doesn't look like it's the same one as Twitch, so... you just need to let me know here what it is, and I can let you back in. Hello, hello. Okay. So... Huh. I shall reassume... Oh no, I ran over a thing. No, please God, not again. Alright, here we go. Streaming. Okay. Back to what we were doing. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Oh, hold on. Okay, I think if I can find you, I should be able to do it. Revoke ban. Wonderful. You have been unbanned. It should let you rejoin in like a minute or two. I'm glad you got your account back. A lot of people can't get them back. Alright. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. You'll take 8. Clover can take 7. Yeah, I think we're gonna do plan B then. That's the one that I wanted to do. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and headed for the respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, let's go.
God. All right.
Fuck, I'm so nervous.
And we have a new group of people. Oop. The door had opened, so it's gonna be Clover and 7. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward and followed them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. What the fuck? June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Oh, geez. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hallway. To the left of a wooden door, they found the dead. Okay. There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Okay. Wonderful. 7 Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but you never really get used to it.
He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him. I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
What? What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again, I dare you.
You have no...
You want to die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. All right, let's go.
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not going to do us any good. Ugh. Gosh. Junpei sighed. Oh, God. Having people that aren't June is going to be difficult. Ugh. Well, this should be interesting. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Wait here for a minute, all right? I'm going to go see if there are any other doors. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway. First, he examined the inner part of the numbered door. It was, of course, shut tight. On the left was a single, short hallway that terminated almost immediately at a thick iron wall. Junpei doubted the wall could be moved. At last he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
The door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it. There was a metal plaque bolted above the door. It read, Operating Room. Okay. That's weird, but it would make sense if this is a hospital ship. If it was to be believed, the room on the other side of the door was an operating room. Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point in standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. Ew. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine. Quickly he gathered what courage he could, and took the first step into the room. Seven followed with Clover right behind him. Oh, God. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Ah! Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her. They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Is it a corpse? No, it looks like a dummy. It was something that looked kind of like a human, lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed, an operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. Slowly they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all. What the hell? It's just a huge doll or something. Why is its torso so small? Its legs are so long. A doll? Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax. You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me. She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty.
Oh, what's this? Do you want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale. Guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Huh. Junpei sighed and shook his head. God damn it. I was hoping if I went a direction that wasn't with Miss, we need to sacrifice everybody. There wouldn't be any stuff like this. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? What, you mean on his chest?
Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses.
Ugh, Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him. Anyway, how about we take a look at the place? Let's go. Okay.
Sure thing.
Nope. What? Ugh! There's so many rooms! Rooms is... room in the room. Hold on. It's time for a cooking mama. Wipe down of the top screen. The thing I remember the most about using the DS is that I would always like anxiously clean it all the time. Alright, time to sneak a way out. We're in a fucking operating room. Oh, I should have looked at my map while I was... No. It's new music. Alright, let's look at it. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know?
Hey, it says something here. John?
You think that's the doll's name?
Maybe?
This thing is creepy.
I wonder why it's on the bed.
A creepy medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently his name is John. It's probably just John Doe. I was gonna write down Joe the mannequin. I'm not doing that. What's this thing? Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says Key on the display.
You think maybe it's a scale? Huh? There's some sort of lid on this thing.
Well, why don't you try opening it?
I can't, there's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails either.
There's something that looks like it could be a scale next to an operating table. It is something that looks like a lid on the front of it.
This chamber has no windows and no doors, leaving you this chilling challenge to find a way out.
Thank you. What's the pun? I'm too dumb to know what this one is. Hi, Chmellhouse. I hope you have a great night. It's a quote from the Haunted Mansion at Disney. Oh my god! I haven't been to the Haunted Mansion since... What was the last time I was at Disney? Jesus! I don't remember. An operating table? Do you think old operating tables look like this? I have no idea. It's an old operating table. The medical mannequin is lying on it. Whoa. That was such a cool 3D turn. Ooh, forceps? Specific type. Why did they... I can't tell if they're rusty or stained with blood. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny.
No, that's probably a pair of...
I don't know how to spell this. Is it coker or cocher?
Coker forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep tissues out of the way. We can use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that.
Why does he know that? Forceps. They can fit into small holes and stuff. I love stuff.
56 hours. 56. Never mind.
Marchie, thank you for 56 million doors. Welcome back. It's rusty blood. Oh, that makes sense too. What's this? Bunch of surgical tools. I can't have any of the other ones? Okay. What's this? Whoa? Hello, ma'am? Another medical mannequin?
From the looks of it, this one's a chick.
She has a name too.
Lucy? Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm.
Okay. John and Lucy. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts? Maybe. What does it say? Some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kg on this panel. Wait, is this a scale? Huh? Same as the other one. Maybe I need to get them to weigh the same. Lucy's head and left arm are sitting on the bed. Maybe something will happen if we gather all of her body parts. Okay.
What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs.
Maybe it's a heater. There's nothing inside it. There isn't? Looks like it's probably a heater. There's nothing inside it. What about the pipe? Can we make more jokes about pipes? There's a pipe going outside. Hey, I know. Let's go through that pipe and escape. Are you nuts? What the hell is wrong with you? Junpei, are you flexible like an octopus or something? No one plays Mario. Good. What's that? What? Oh, it's a torso. I see a chest. With a missing spot for the heart. Maybe. Ew, that's gross!
Well, this is the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot.
If that thing kind of... that kind of thing turns you on, Seven, you're real creepo. I kind of agree.
Karkle heart, Karkle high.
This is literally a lump. Silver Talon, thank you for 58 months. Welcome back. Happy Thursday. The chest of a medical mannequin. There's a hole in the left side of the chest. Like, where is that supposed to be? Dabu? Look at this desk. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or the drawers. Huh? I'm not sure what they were just saying. A thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. Weird. A lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. There's a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. That's a lot of medicine.
I wonder if one of these is a laxative. Yeah, it sounds kind of gross, but I'm pretty sure every one of us has had the same idea. Wait, what? Oh, I'm thinking. Or is he thinking? If we had some laxatives, maybe we could crap out the bomb Zero put in us. Unfortunately... Damn it, I don't know what medicine does that here.
If we pooped out the bomb... First of all, we'd have to find a place to poo. Second of all, wouldn't it just land on the floor? And if he saw it, he would be like, I detonated. Like, what? The drawer is empty. Yeah, nothing here. Shelves are packed with bottles of medicine I can't identify. There's a lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. What about over there? No? Oh yeah, there we go. Aw. A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew! Gross!
Hey, Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest.
Yeah, sure is.
There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Ugh! Damn it! Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck.
Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We need something small that can fit into the little hole. You mean like these? Oh, I stole his lung? What did I just do? Fake organ. So we took the organ thingy out of the chest thingy.
It's a lung, not an organ thingy.
Huh? This part here on the back is all rubbery.
You're right.
So, it's a fake organ. Of course it'd be... Wait, what's Seven grabbing it for?
Hey, feels like there's something in here.
You think we can cut through the rubber part? Something in here? What the fuck? The organ we took out of the chest. Part of the back has this is a little rubbery. It feels like there's something inside it. If we can cut the thing open, we should be able to get whatever's in there. Well, my forceps exploded. The chest of the medical mannequin. One of the organs is missing. The organ is... or... gone. Really, Clover? I expected more from you. Oh, like you could do better. Well, at least some of them still have the energy to make jokes. What about the curtain? A partition. Nothing suspicious about it. That's what you think. What about the table? Table that the mannequin is sitting on. What's that? Open it.
Just a wooden partition. Nothing special about it.
Knife. Scalpel. It's bloody and or rusty.
Scalpel that's not rusty.
Seems it was put here for a reason, huh? You think it's telling us to cut something?
Yeah, I do.
That's a scalpel.
You could probably cut something soft with it.
Yeah, I know. I just want to hear what else they have to say. Boop. Let's try cutting this organ with a scalpel. Ooh, a fucking... What? What do you mean organ key? Ah, yes, the key I keep in my lungs. Everyone knows it's called the organ key. I enjoy the amount of puns that I forgot were in the script. There's a key in this organ?
Found a key in an internal organ.
Key we found in one of the mannequin's internal organs. You know what I like? Technically, this is a bunch of point and click things, but it's not doing that thing where I get like 700 items and I have to use moon logic to be like, I don't know, maybe the dog butt I found in chapter 1 can go with the piece of rock I found that looks slightly different from the 5 other rocks I have, but only if I put them in the right order onto this aircraft carrier. Like, ugh, shut up. None of this other stuff looks useful.
Yeah, it's all pretty rusty.
Ooh. Cool, it's unlocked. Oh, did I unlock it? Interesting. What's up there? I think you had to hang your coat here. There's a bunch of hooks. Light. There's a light bulb illuminating the room. Shoop. Whoa, interesting. Where are we now? Preparation room.
Organ. Experiencing puns is a foregone conclusion for the streamer in Oregon.
Thank you, Fractal. No moon logic here. June probably thinks the moon landing was fake, though. She probably does. Oh, see, Austin. Moon logic is best logic? Disagree. Hello? Ooh, let's see if... Huh, piece of paper? What's this? Is it some kind of medical record? New material has been added to the file screen? Excuse me? The medical record? What? Oh. They all weigh, all the bits weigh different things. What the heck? Alright, John and Lucy. John weighs 51.3. No, you know what I mean. Jeez. Alright, John. So, his chest, 6.2, and his heart weighs 2.3. His arms, 1.5. I would assume each. His torso weighs 5.6. Wait, what? His legs weigh different things. One weighs 3.4 and the other weighs 4.5. Right, and then Lucy Interesting. Alright, so for her... Her heart weighs 2. Her chest weighs 6. Her arms weigh 1. Her torso weighs 5. And then one of her legs is 3. And one of her legs is 4. Perfect! I drew a perfect recreation of this picture. Hold on, let's just do it like this. Here's my version. It's much better. Look how much better it is. Hee. Why is Fallout still there? God damn it. Now I don't have to open this up. They look happier? I agree. In this one, they're definitely dead. Alright. Oh, interesting. What else we got? A cabinet with a drawer in it. There's nothing left in the drawer. What's this? Uh-oh. I found a beaker. What the? There are 4 different lights, each one a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does this thing react to something and then the lights light up? Interesting. I don't know what to do with that yet.
What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here?
But I'm tired. No light switch? No.
Whoa, what? Is this the same? A sink. The doctors and nurses probably washed their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here.
Red. It won't open. It looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. Do you think that means something?
Damn, it's not opening. Locked, of course. The blue plate on here seems a little suspicious, though.
Click on the plate. A locker with a blue plate on it. It's locked and won't open. Okay. So it's red, blue, purple. A little tired. Yes. Damn, it's not opening. It won't even budge. It's got this purple plate on it too. Can I touch the doorknob part? No. Okay. Look at the sink one more time. A sink. Doesn't look suspicious. About this door. What's that?
What's this? A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working.
It's locked. It won't even budge. Do you think this is the exit? There's a lock on the door. The key I've got won't open it. Okay. Light switch, but it ain't working. Okie dokie. Can I go the other way? Yeah. What the heck? Alright. Oh, awesome! It's unlocked! What the fuck? Okay. Chemical closet. Oh. There's a note on top of the table. Oh, gee, this is gonna be so hard. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. Of course, you need to stream this. It's not just cords. I got a physical mod inside my DS. So I need a USB to go into the mod. I have the power on because it drains its battery. And then I have an aux cable for the microphone. Because that goes separately. Carbon dioxide question. Oh, geez. Ammonia question mark. Ethanol question mark. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm not like affiliated with them, but I bought it from a company in the UK called Delfino Customs. I believe they still sell them. This is my own DS that I sent in to have them mod though. It costs a little bit more if you do that. Or less? I can't remember. I think it was less. What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box?
This thing won't open. Is it locked?
You probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they've even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can you get? I can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter, C is for clear. Once you input the number, press E if you mess up, then press C. Okay. 3-number. Alright, let's give it a shot. No, I'm not gonna give it a shot. I have no idea what it is. What's this? Oh, I took it. Blue liquid? Oh boy! Let's not drink this. It looks like there's something inside that bottle.
Why don't you try pouring some out into the cap?
Can't see any reason why not to. What's that? It's bright blue. Do you think it's alien blood? Oh, why would it be alien blood? What?
Where the hell did that come from?
Well, then what do you think it is, 7?
I don't know, some sort of special bath soap?
What a boring guess. What? Blue flavor? I also like blue flavor. Sorry. Baja Blast, huh? If they tasted it, it would probably end up being acid and they'd all die. Well, not all of them, but one of them. A bottle with blue liquid in it. What about this one? Red liquid. It looks like there's something inside this bottle. Okay, we'll put more in the cap. Can't see any reason why not. What's that? It's bright red. Do you think it's blood?
Nah, blood's thicker than that.
Then what is it?
Beats me.
I don't want to combine them. A bottle full of red liquid. I mean, blue, red, and purple, they combine, so it has something to do with the doors, maybe? Say anything else?
Well, look at the first line. Maybe question mark represents a number.
Yeah, I think so too. So we need to look at the walls. Hey, Jimpy, you think there are any slugs on this ship?
Huh?
Well, if there are, I was thinking we could pour salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label states... Sorry, it makes me think of that Pokemon. Knackle. Salt, huh? Do you think 7 will shrivel up if we put it on him? Alright, hold on. I need another page. Salt.
Hey, you say something?
Hold on, there's a bottle of salt on the shelf. The label says... N. A. C. L. Blue is the best flavor. I don't know. I like red flavor, to be honest. And honestly, I love yellow when it's banana. That like candy banana that we can't get for real banana anymore. What about here? Jimpy, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf.
How do you know it's iron?
The label says Fe. I take iron every other day. Fe stands for iron, right? Something stinks. It's coming from this bottle. It says NH3. That must be ammonia if it's stinky. I don't actually know what that one is.
Yeah, of course it stinks. It's ammonia.
Put down here.
Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink.
What are you talking about?
Talking about that bottle.
It says, Jesus. C2H5OH.
Right? It's ethanol.
Ethanol. I didn't know that one either. Interesting. Hope you know chemistry. I don't.
That's right, it's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of.
So you're gonna drink it?
Nah, I won't. I might say that's what it might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there.
Yeah, right, coward. Do it.
Hey, Junpei! This is dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf.
Was that one of the ones in the thing? I don't think so. Hold on, we'll write this one down though. Why is that there? Why don't you just say water? What does that have to do with anything? Have you guys ever seen the fucking stuff where it's like, they're putting dihydrogen monoxide in, and they freak out because they don't. I've seen that shit, it makes me sad. I guess I'll rate water in H2O. Love that. It makes me so sad. I will say I'm frustrated because I have voted at least once to please, 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 can we please have fluoride in our water? And then a bunch of people are like, no, Portland can never have fluoride. And I'm like, please, I have to brush my cat's teeth. If you would just put fluoride in the water, I wouldn't have to do that anymore. Please. Ugh. Anyway. Anything else on that shelf? There's a bottle of water. The label says H2O. What's this?
Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2.
So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. I'm enjoying this music. We need pure water. No, what you need is raw water. Yeah, raw water is all the body needs. The people who were pushing that shit all got, like, fucking Giardia, right? And now they're not talking about it anymore. There's a canister of carbon dioxide on the shelf. The label says CO2. Okie dokie. So, what the fuck? Iron, salt, water. 1, 2, 3. Iron, Fe, salt, 1, 2, 3. 'Cause that's what it said. Water, but we don't know what the other ones are. 1, salt, 2, water. Not sure what that's for yet. I hear raw water is extra good when it comes from a glacier. These people all deserve to be the thinged. Just saying. Thick water? I've actually heard about thick water, and I heard it has like actual like stuff that it's for. But it does sound really funny. The way that they named it, I feel like they could have named it something else. I enjoy its name. Let's see. I can't think of what it would be yet. Unless, can I look at these books? Okay, let me look at the note again. Rectangular table. I wonder, did people mix medicine in this thing? Iron, salt, water, carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol? I wonder what numbers go after carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. Oh. Am I counting something specific? Hold on. CO2. ammonia, which we learned is NH3. Ethanol, which is really long. C2H5OH, something like that. Oh. Is it... How many capitals? I don't remember what they're called. I never took chemistry. I took advanced anatomy and physiology. I like to cut things up. I didn't like to understand the bits. CO2 is probably 1, 2, 3. Wait, that doesn't make sense. And NH3 would be 1, 2, 3, 4. If it's doing that. But I don't know if that's right. I'm not gonna do it yet. I'm not gonna do it yet. No one tell me. I'll be so sad if someone spoils this. Alright, let's go back. Let's go in the other room. Jimmy, where are you going?
That's the door we came in through, bud.
The only thing there is the numbered door.
I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the numbered door is a one-way deal, so...
So you're saying there's no point going back there, huh? And they're nodding. Awesome. Yeah, loser, don't you know where you are? No, I don't. I never know where I am. Alright, let's do something that I want to do, which is operating table, medical mannequins lying on it. Something that looks like it could be a scale next to the operating table. It is something that looks like liquid. Oh wait! I have an idea. I want to go back into that other room and put liquids in it. If I shine the thing through and it's the color, maybe it'll open the different doors that match it. Blue liquid. Red is first. Red liquid. Put it in there. Oh, hell yeah! Hey, it turned red!
Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now?
Yes, 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 yes. Wait, no, the door! Okay, never mind. I have to do it different. Red? Blue. Wait, but I would have to take it out. Put it back in. Oh wait, no. Light? Can I put it back in? Beaker with red liquid in it. It makes the light pass through it red. The red light is on. Let's put the blue liquid in next. I'll put the red liquid back in the bottle. Okay, good. I was like, how do I get him to do this?
Hey, the blue light turned on.
And I heard a noise. It sounded like something unlocking. Hopefully they're all unlocked.
Oh, I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one.
The purple light turned on. Right when I did, I heard a noise. What do you think it was?
The noise came from somewhere close by. Something in this room must have changed.
Alright, let's go take a look. Hopefully I didn't just fuck that up. Wait, okay, it's a purple liquid now. Let them all open. Ah, yes, leg. Ah, the leg from the red cabinet. Yes, yes, yes.
The right foot of the medical mannequin. Guess it's a woman's foot, but damn, doesn't look hot at all.
Have you got a thing for feet, Seven?
No, that's crazy.
You're such a... You're acting kind of shady. He just said it wasn't attractive. Oh. Oops. Oh. Looks like a big nose. Doesn't it look like a nose? If this were Nickelodeon, I could stick my hand up there and pull out a flag. God, I missed that fucking show. Double Dare was the shit. This is a really big nose. See?
That's no nose, it's a stomach.
Oh, a stomach.
Hey, that ain't a drum, kid.
Leg number 2. This is the left foot of the mannequin. Do you think I'm better?
What?
Do you think my legs are skinnier? Skinnier? That doesn't make them better, kid. Alright, anything else in these? A locker with a blue plate on it. There's nothing left inside. Locker with a purple plate on it. There's nothing left inside. A locker with a red plate on it. Nothing. Alright, cool. That was neat. A sink. Doesn't look suspicious. Alright, let's stick some things on a bod. Oh, it's still locked. Right, I can't go this way. How do I leave? Oh, back, back, back. Turn, turn. Woman. But we don't know...
This bed doesn't look very comfortable.
Doesn't say we don't know which ones weigh what. Am I not allowed to put these down yet? An old hard bed. Really? Lucy's head and left arm are sitting on the bed. Maybe something will happen if we gather all her body parts. Not all of them? I'm missing an arm, aren't I? Chest, torso, leg, leg. Oh, where's your arm? Is it in the stove? Did you steal her arms, John? Don't do it, John. A white cloth. I think for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. Oh man, I probably have to go solve that other thing. Oh wait, what about... No. What's this thing? That's you. Oh, fudge. Punch in the passcode. I don't want to give it a shot because I don't even know. I don't know what the result would even be even if I did know what these. Unless the 3 is what the 3 question marks are. And if it follows what happened above, it would be 3, 4. Oh god, what's this one? 1, 2, 7. Oh shit, did I write that right? 8, 9? No. Oh, yes! Holy shit! Yes, simple pattern following. Fake arm. It's the right arm of the body. It's kind of creepy. The right arm of a medical mannequin. I think her heart's in here too. Wahoo! I like it. Oh, is there a zipper on the back? Alright, this thing is super creepy.
This ain't good for the heart.
Shut up. Heart of a medical mannequin. Yippee! Oh wait, can I combine the chest and the heart? No. Anything else in there? Empty box. There's nothing left inside. You know what I like about this? You don't need any extra information. Oh shit. Oh, I can save. Thank you. All the information you need is in the game itself. Again, the opposite of Professor Layton, where like you need to know so many outside things. I feel like you can just like logic your way through any of these. Through pattern recognition and basic stuff. I like it. It's so refreshing. You think we should go back? Yeah, I think that's probably best. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Luke probably would have eaten one of the body parts by now. Hey Seven, what's up?
Oh, well,
He looked up at Junpei distractedly and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands. What's that? In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label. Ethylene diamine Tartrate? I don't know what this is. I mean, ethylene.
EDT.
It's tartaric ethylene diamine. That doesn't make it more clear to me, sir.
What kind of medicine is that? It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still. It looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Oh, because he recognizes all the stuff he's remembering. Jinbei looked up from the bottle. You remember something? Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. It happened about 50 years ago.
What? You weren't alive 50 years ago? This isn't a story about you.
Damn. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell it as industrial strength cleaner, like I told you. But, a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started detaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals called a hydrate.
Hydrate. I'm not sure what this is about. Hydrate. Hold on, how many? 3. There was also one from before.
Oh, I'm so hydrated.
Thank you. 9 waters. I keep picking up my pencil and like almost... Yeah, all of you have to drink 4 gulps of water now.
Once a crystal turns into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals as a hydrate. They were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere. Even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They've been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment, but now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened, the first factory, it just spread.
This is the same thing as the fucking other thing we talked about. With, where was it? The ice. Yeah. The weird ice. Automatic writings. No, not that part. Not the ghost from the future. Possessing him.
It was like, oh man, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with each other. Ha ha ha. Because we've heard this before. So there's all these clues to like tell us something. Hey, Reverend Papa John. Legally distinct weird eyes. Oops. Transmitting information a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right? Junpei looked up at Seven with a half smirk. Seven stared at him dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But how did you know?
I heard another story kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What the freezer?
Oh, he doesn't even know. I'm so mad that this is a real problem we've had, but not with the pseudoscience BS. All right. It's already a little past 4. We have a little less than an hour left. I'm gonna take a break now so I can unscrungle, and I'm gonna stretch my bod. Now that you've all had some liquid, you should also move your bodies. Hey. Well, you think the molecules aren't whispering to each other? How do you know, huh? How do you know that guy's ghost didn't write him a fucking book through possession? My hair. I'm just gonna put my hair when I play DS games, I think. Hacha. My hair like flops on my face. I don't like it. As someone who dealt with pharmaceutical polymorphs and crystallization, these wacky theories are alternately amusing and infuriating. I bet they're infuriating. How will some molecules stay together if they don't communicate? What I hope is that people playing these games, how do I say this? I hope it inspires people to, like, look up actual stuff and then realize, like, okay, so some of those books existed, but, or like, some of this stuff is almost real and some of this stuff is nonsense. I will tell you, I am going to re-look up the Titanic because I'm like 99.999% sure there's no fucking mummy secretly frozen. I don't think so. I will get all of my formal education from this one video game. Some people might feel that way. I put the stylus back. We're gonna take June's stuff at face value. I'm deep into an automatic Reddit conspiracy hole. Ugh. Alright. Yeah, the famous Titanic mummy that we all know and love. Alright. Jinbei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded. What? What freezer? Jinbei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day glycerin began to crystallize. And the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Jinbei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absentmindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away. Do you know about Ice 9? I don't want to ask about that. Ice 9 is fucking stupid. Everything June tells me about makes me feel stupid. I want to ask specifically about it. I don't know. I'm gonna say, do you know? Because I don't want to lead him, right? Know something about it? Let's not lead him to something. Let's see what he remembers, because I think that would be more powerful and important. This game is a work of fiction, so I've learned that the number 9 isn't real. Alright, do you know something about it?
Know something about it?
Oh, know something about it?
I told you, I think I do. Just hold on.
Seven thought hard and mumbled to himself. After a few minutes, he gave up. Oh, fuck! I think I was supposed to say the other one. Oh, shoot.
Ugh, damn it. Why do you have to ask me some dumbass question? I totally lost my train of thought.
Ooh, I'm tempted to reset for the first time. I wonder if this game lets you do that. It warned me not to quit without saving, though. Let's just live with it. Let's live with our choice. Oh, hi, kitty cat. No, she's licking her chomps. Chompy chomps. It's chops, but still. Hey. Stranger Cat was just out there, so I don't want her to get too activated. Sorry, man. But before Seven got the chance to reproach him further, Clover's voice pierced the air. Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, okay, we're coming.
Ugh! Seven looked at Junpei.
Oh well. Look, if I remember anything, I'll let you know, alright? Right now, we need to get the hell out of this room, okay?
Fuck, I really think I should have done that. I don't know if the game... How meta is this game gonna end up being? I'm like convinced that there's gonna be some fucked up stuff that happens. And I don't trust anything after the world ends with you. So... With that, he turned and left. Junpei, his mind still occupied with the story Seven had told him, slowly followed. Fuck. I really feel like I should... Fuck it, let's see what happens. Will there be a Resetti that's mad at me? Your ghost wrote this game? Well, luckily ghosts don't warn you of anything, so if I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go. Zero mad, you reset the game? Maybe. Maybe. Let's see where it puts us. C-Deck operating room. Okay, that's not so bad. I mean, it's not like the stuff we were doing was very difficult. I think we should go back. Yeah, I was right here. Okay. Seven wasn't following. It's just the beginning of the conversation. This is great. So I'm gonna cross this out and write wrong. Reset. I wrote rest with an E at the end because my brain is bad. Okay. He has been secretly saving? I don't think so. I saved right here. At least I thought I did. I hope I did. Alright. I don't want to listen to this conversation again. I don't know if there's a button I can hold that like skips things. I don't think it does. Where's the menu? Ooh, my calculator. I haven't looked at the calculator yet. Meow? What is it? It's not medicine. It is a secret concoction I made. Alright, me brain is cleaning up. We're gonna ask him about Ice Nine. Watch, he's gonna be like, I don't know what that is. Okay. Making big old EDT crystals. They wanted to make cleaner. But then all of the little molecules got together and said, we hate humans and we don't want them to be able to wear nice clean clothes or have clean whatever the fuck they're cleaning. I don't know. Vats for their grain. So we're gonna turn on them and become useless. And then the other crystal said, yeah, that sounds great. Fuck humans. We hate them. And then all humans exploded at the end. That's a true story. Your ghost made a save. Like the molecules were communicating. I had to put in a new Invisalign tray last night, and there's like a little bit of it down here. It's like cutting me. I can feel it. I gotta sand it down. Hey, Seven, I got locked in a freezer with 2 other idiots. One of them was wearing a scarf and didn't offer it to the poor boy who was freezing with basically no clothes on. Alright, rubbing the scar on his chin. Hold up, I feel like I can remember something. It's right there. Alright, his eyes stared off into space. He's trying desperately to focus. Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Is this gonna result in nothing? Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it! I remember now. That woman! She's on this boat!
That woman?
Alice!
What? Who's Alice? Holy shit, this is super important. I'm so glad I reset.
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature!
Huh? It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, fucking 1912, right?
Yeah? Let me make sure I write it down again, even though I'm pretty sure I already did. Yeah. More than 1,500 people died. Another thing I already wrote down, but I'm scared that it keeps telling me for a reason. The worst in maritime history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think it was the RMS Carpathia. I don't know this. I think it's pronounced Carpathia, actually, but I'm not sure. Carpathia sent to get bodies? No, I don't know this. I wonder if this is true or not. It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No! That was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the C.S. McKay Bennett.
I wrote the wrong thing. Hold on. C.S. McKay Bennett picked up bodies.
The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada. Just put the notebook here. And recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be, for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So what happened next?
Well, they say that McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around the water, things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who'd made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin, it was all wood. There were no nails or reinforcements, and there was no gaps or wood anywhere. It was airtight.
That's not that impressive. Oh. That happens all the time.
The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it.
What did they think was inside? It's a coffin.
And opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made.
Wooden coffin. Hi, Octavia. You can't sit on me. What the heck? What the heck? What? Holy shit. Homest. Anonymous. Thank you so much, whomever you are. Thank you for gifting 20 subs. To Jazzo Zone, Renoku, sorry, Octavia's right here. H Monk, Josh 331, The Hand of the Queen, Tonyage 420, Enoya, Tyrannosaurus, Sasway, Dusty Fanblade, Karogaro 89, Teriel, Samundo, Inconspicuous Briefcase. That's a good name. That's what could be something in this game. Ran Mitcher, Hojimbo, Pixels Adventure, Quiche D. Uschlitz, and Vidgardo. Thank you! Holy shit, thank you. A future ghost gifted subs. Holy crap. They found the anonymous gifter in the coffin? I hope not. Then they'd be dead. That's true. Holy shit! Okay, I can do this now. Look. Damn it, look. Look at that. We are 3 subs away from bonus stream. We've got like 30 minutes, 35 minutes to hit that, so I don't know, maybe it'll happen. All right. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer.
Smug.
Well. Wait a minute. Does that
3
mean
subs A. Okay, I will chip my months in.
Okay, no, stop! Everyone stop! You're all colliding! You're all smashing into each other. Thank you. It's way over now. It's way over. Holy shit. Diddler, thank you for 71 months. Thank you for tier 3 subbing. Welcome back. Damien, thank you for 71 months. Deeram, thank you for gifting. Wait, those are tier 3 subs. What the fuck? Jesus. Deeram, thank you for gifting incredibly rare tier 3 gifted subs to Nightshade74, Jay, and Selene. Thank you. Get it? Because tier 3 is not. Oh, alas, it is. All right, fuck yeah, we're going for an extra hour today. Whoa. Oh, my cat's licking her butt. Woo. Thank you very much. Hell yeah. All right. So stream will not end in a half hour. It'll end in an hour and a half. Anyway, thank you. Welcome everyone who got a sub. That means tomorrow for sub movie night you could join us if you pleased. All right. Wooden coffin. This is not a pencil. The crew got pretty curious. They opened it up. They smashed it with a hammer. Inside. Ooh. No way.
3 to the 3rd power equals 9 plus 9 plus 9.
It's the mummy. Fractal, thank you so much for the 100 bits. You guys started a hype train. Of course you did. Thank you. 6 is just a 9 rotate 180 degrees. Thank you. But the digital root of 45 subs is also 9. This is clearly important. Okay. They found a woman, or I guess you would say they found the dead body of a woman. That was really pretty. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin was deep brown and didn't show any signs of age or decomposition. They say she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she looked like she was just sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up at any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Frozen solid. I mean, if this is the body that was already frozen, it's not that cool. Aw, Lee! Thank you for driving a little train across the whole stream. Thank you, guys. Is there anything cool with this hype train? Do we get anything? I don't know. You might get an emote. You might get an emote. 9 shoes? Fucking 9 shoes. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished the search and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to melt. Ooh. They say that the stink was horrible.
But there was one body that didn't thaw.
The girl in the coffin.
That's right.
Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. I think this is still him talking.
But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month had passed and another, and it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle.
What's that in bold? Pretty.
Rumors about the girl started to spread, and people came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her
Alice for all ice. But according to my idiot not girlfriend, her name was... Hold on. It was like Amun Ra. Amun Ra. And it was a curse. Level 8 means gritty goose chance. You're telling me we have a level 8 hype train, not a level 9 hype train? 30 seconds left, I suppose. Don't worry about it. But unless Alice. Thank you, G-Pop.
Take my bets.
18 seconds. Presumably it's only level 7. Oh, it shows me level 8. I don't know what. They added it to the thing that I used, but I don't know. It just says level 8. I don't know. It's probably too late. It's definitely too late. Fuck. As it died, the boo! Sorry, that's really good timing. Reverend Papa John, thank you for gifting us up to perchance to stream. I hope you get a fun emote for participating, everyone. Tiny Train World, thank you for the 900 bits to boo. Boo, boo. Hype train completed level 8, 51%. I don't know how the hype trains work anymore. Maybe it means it was 51% of the way to level 8. That's not how I would say things. Enjoy your emotes. G-Bomb, you got a really good one. Alright. I'm going to focus on this.
Of course, the rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there and the next she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her.
What the fuck? Was stolen? Question mark? Disappeared. Twitch doesn't even know how hype trains work. Well, they keep adding weird new ones.
You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now, why the hell would you say something like that?
'Cause I know!
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei gulped. Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice? This is so important. I can't believe I almost missed this. Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried. Are you a ghost? What the fuck?
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a thriving black market in New York. I mean, I'm sure there still is, but this was special. All millionaires, all from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain.
Auctioned in New York. Won by, I haven't seen his first name before, Lord Dashiell. Bourdain.
You've heard that name before, right?
Sir Gordain. Isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic, the Titanic sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although, I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Well, Gordain bought Alice in 1912. Then 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic.
But he was apparently on the Titanic.
And then he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic, but nobody knows where. He died in 1931.
Is Zero either the actual man or is he a ghost of the man? Lord Mildane. That'd be better.
And apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However
what?
Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where's Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge."
What the fuck? Hold on. Alice sleeps. I'd like to think this is on his deathbed. Alice sleeps in a small chamber. Ridiculous. Past the Forest of Knowledge. Beneath the navel. Of the Gigantic? Oh yeah, and how did this friend tell other fucking people? What the hell is that? Some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, they heard Clover's voice from the door. She did not sound pleased. Didn't I just yell at you guys before you reset? What are you doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Ugh. Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
I fucking wrote it. I wrote it all down, sir. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier. That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, and even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted. Was that Egyptian Princess Alice? Okay, it absolutely was. However, I don't think she's real. Then again, this is a video game, and it's fake. So it's possible, in this universe, which is parallel to ours. Had the water in her body become Ice 9? I mean, if that were the case, surely getting carried through the desert, it was hotter than whatever the fucking 96 degrees. No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Alright, that was super important shit. And now we have all of the body parts for the lady. Lady? Oh, lady? Alright. An old hard bed. What? Let me put her stuff on. Okay, so we've collected the 6 body parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah.
Seems like it.
Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope.
Agreed.
Alright, let's get started. Combine! Hell yeah. Hey, nothing happened.
That's odd.
Well, maybe it's the wrong weight.
Wait!
Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number.
How are we gonna do that?
I think we're supposed to swap our body parts with John's.
Oh.
Let's give it a shot.
Operating instructions. The screen below displays 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by touching the part you want to switch out and then the part you want to switch in. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, and their arms are not movable. Alright, where's my diagram of the boys? I mean, it's a boy and a girl, but whatever. Everyone's the boys. Alright, I drew it. It makes me so happy to look at them. Alright, what do we got? If I take one off... Oh wait, maybe I can only switch. So he's supposed to be 51.3 and she's supposed to be 53.2. So I bet there's a scientific way to determine this. The hearts, one of them weighs 0.3 more. Okay, she has the right heart now. His chest should weigh 0.6 more. He has the right chest. His arm should weigh 0.5 more. He has the right arm. This is actually working great. His torso should weigh 0.6 more. I mean, obviously. That's our torso. Wait a minute. Hold on, something's wrong. Why would he weigh less? If all her stuff is less. Hmm? Did I rate their total amounts wrong? That's weird. Something's wrong, but I'm not sure what. No dice. I think if we knew the weight of each part, we could figure it out. I know that, but I need to look at something. How is she 53.2 and he's 51? Did I write something wrong? 6.2, 2. He weighs less. How? What part of you weighs less? All of your parts weigh more. I don't understand. Unless I'm supposed to get them at that without using their normal parts. Weird. I think I am, but I'm not sure. Obviously, these are their normal bits. Hmm? That's so weird. I wonder why. Yeah, I'm supposed to get them to hit a different weight, not their normal weight. So I misunderstood. This is a different kind of puzzle than I thought it was. 51.3.
Hey Junpei, just heard something.
All I did was noodle around.
It came from John's operating table. We better check it out.
It's an old operating table. The medical mannequin's lying on it, really.
Hey Junpei, look at the scale!
Huh? The lid on the scale. Oh, a key! Hey, it opened! Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Ah, Jupiter. There's a mark engraved on this key. I think it's the Jupiter symbol. A key with the Jupiter symbol engraved on it. Hell yeah. Anything else? Nothing left. What about the other one? A scale. The display now shows 53.2 kilograms. Or whatever. Lucy's lying. Wait. You solved it because you're a genius? All I did was noodle. It's just noodles. Everything's noodles. Okay, there was a door I couldn't open. This way? The entrance to the operating room. It isn't locked, but there's no reason to go back. No, that was the wrong way. This door. Hey, hold on. Junpei stopped, about to put the key into the doorknob. What's up? Where's Clover? Huh? She was just here! Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. Are you... God damn it, where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute, I'll go get her. Sure thing. Junpei left 7 at the door and headed back to the operating room. Save. Save, something's wrong. He found her standing next to the operating table. Huh? What? She was staring at the mannequin. Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. Hmm? She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Hey, Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Huh? That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm gonna be next. Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? I could give her a 4-leaf clover. Oh my god, that would be perfect. Give 4-leaf clover. Gave her the 4-leaf clover. Oh yeah. He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. A 4-leaf clover. Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover. Do you know what each leaf on the 4-leaf clover... that each leaf on the 4-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean your brother, he's not dead. He's alive somewhere, I'm sure of it. You've just got to believe that. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. He could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes. Thank you. Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away the tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor. Thank you. She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage. Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit. But still, she didn't move. Wait. Before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you. What's that? What do you think when you hear the word experiment? What? For a moment his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition. What? Oh. Huh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover. Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but... I wonder if I had done something else, I would know what that is. And have a choice there. You're making less than no sense right now. Oh, no, it's nothing. Just forget about it. Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What's this experiment you're talking about? Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke. You promise you won't tell anyone? Cross my heart. Really? Really. I can trust you, right? Oh my god. Of course you can. Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei. Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago. What? New save. He did say some of us might have been here before. I'm assuming it's that. Wait. On this ship? Yeah, this ship. He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished. It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see. Fields that you can't see? He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded. Like, think about this. She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin, whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin. This is John, right? But is he really John? All Junpei could think was, she's finally completely lost it. Isn't this like Lock Socks? Bless you, Octavia. Or the ship of Theseus? What are you talking about? Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart. You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes? Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed. Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Lock Socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if it was your sock, Junpei? Patch it up. I gotta write this down. There's so many things happening in my mind.
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth, close up the hole. Not use cloth, I would use yarn, but sure.
Okay, but what if another hole opens up?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opens up after that?
Another patch, I guess.
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches, until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Huh. That's tough. Jinbei crossed his arms. So that's what lock socks think. I see. At what point is it a new sock? I see.
Yeah. The ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus, if you keep fixing the damaged parts of the ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say the ship is the ship of Theseus that you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
Huh. It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys? Is this John? Or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. The mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like lock socks in the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart or in any number of internal organs. John's head and heart were both his, but apart from that and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Was that mannequin really John? Oh, this is really interesting.
They're just like these mannequins. She looked at Junpei again. Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die, new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I once ate. Or maybe part of your right side is made up from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven. Jesus, dude! Hey! What the hell is taking you two so long? Sevens had appeared in the doorway. He was not happy. How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. Now I want to know! She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on. Oh, what were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei. Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression. Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei. You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood looking at the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool? You don't need to keep asking. Just do it, alright? Fine, then. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it! All right, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited?
Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. My brother might be dead. I'm gonna be next. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him. Yeah, but we didn't talk about the fucking experiment 9 years ago on the ship. We only talked about this other stuff. Which apparently has to do with body swapping and things. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? It's not very exciting you found it. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked up. Let's make another save here. Until, at last, the final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Oh. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover. Jumpy! He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard. Whoa, what the hell is this? What are you doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Hey guys, could you come take a look at this? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior? It said sea deck in the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, a map to the floor they were on. Door 7 and door 8. What? Huh, the map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they'd found themselves. What a stupid layout. In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. They moved as one for the door. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall and put it in his pocket and followed the others. Might not allowed to use it yet. Now can I use it? The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Touch the color. I don't know how to switch maps. Oh wait, there we go. Yeah, so this is where we just were. What was their room? Whoa. So we had this, but they had some type of like... Looks like a surgery viewing chamber. Weird. Toilets? Oh, shower room. Oh no, they had a laboratory. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. Slowly all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. And it's gonna be the same fucking... Don't let it close, please. They poured out through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall.
Huh? I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
Is he up?
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. So there is no sacrificing of anybody. You could just come back through. I think people just need to work together. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. Oh gosh, it's 5. Alright, we're doing an extra hour of streams today. Yahoo! But I need to stretch my legs. Yeah, dude. They just... Granted, it looked like they could go into the place the 3 room was leading to via that map, but I don't know. Are they really your legs? At the moment, I think so. I think so. Alright. I'm gonna stretch and run the dumb ads, and I'll see you here in about 3 minutes. Hello. Oh. When I went to be in Octavia, I forgot my water in the other room. Good job, me. A+. Just got here and thought it was over. Yeah, extra hour. It is not over. Legs of Theseus. I've not replaced any... I don't think I've replaced... No. I've not replaced any bits of my legs. So they are my legs. Currently. Right now. Yeah, we're into bonus time. Yeah. Scoot. Alrighty.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you'd come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon.
He shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again, and we ain't dead, so I say good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place.
If you need to replace some bits, you can use these.
Aw, thank you. Let me just stick a purple shiny, I don't even know what shape that is. Triangulagon onto my foot. They've naturally been replaced. That's true. All of my cells have been replaced. The teeth of Oedipus may be a thing. I have all my original teeth, but they stole my... They took my wisdom teeth. Mine are being rearranged, but they're the same ones.
We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Junpei nodded. Ah, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory, too. Here, the Earth key. Other group found Earth key. Both paths led back to I guess we'll call it hospital room. We got a map. Ace seems fine. He slept for a very short amount of time, though. What the fu- You tell yourself the sun's gone, and you open your curtains, and then immediately you sit down, and the entire world decides to glow like the sun. I'll just close one. Meow. Maybe Rain replaced your legs while you were asleep. I hope he didn't do that. He does not have my consent to do such a crime. Alright. Alright, Earth Key. Lotus dug out a still warm huh? Key with an earth symbol on it. What happened in there? I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way, it won't be my fault. If it gets lost... Alright, you know we're gonna start blaming you for things. And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. Oh, right. Okay, so we have Jupiter key. We have the Saturn key card, which had been found in the kitchen. And technically we used it, but apparently it didn't get eaten. And now we have an Earth key, which Lotus just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of the long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs...
Wait! They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It'd just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point! At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except for Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Guys, he's not, because if he went in there alone, he would have exploded. Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. Okay. 4 plus 1 plus 7 is 12. 1, 2 is 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last he gave up.
Damn, well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
Alright, let's get moving.
Wait, I want to go! And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3. God damn it. Wait!
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa, didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red. They're gonna do it without me.
Okay, let's go.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. Please live. 7, 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh? Get moving? Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. What, are we going to go through the door without them? We should have said that before they left, so they could agree. I get it. We're going to see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake. How would he have gone anywhere? They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Okay. So our group, which is currently 3, 5, 6, 8, going to Jupiter door. All right, Junpei, open it if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. All right, ready, guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Oh, right. He old arms. So we are... Oh, do I have room? Yeah. We are 3, 5, 6, and 8. We've been this group before. Oh, wait, that's 7. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great, back to the beginning. You sure this was a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here. Of course there's a reason. Hold on, let me save. Wait, maybe there isn't a reason. Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Huh? This! Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets. Duh, the elevators. The Saturn key. And the Earth key. Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, Jesus Christ, June took pity on him. Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to that elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has, should let us into the elevator and the door on A deck, huh? Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, all right? Oh, God damn it. Okay, so 2 groups. 2 and 8, and 5 and 6. Well, goodbye, losers. Boop, boop. Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd meet back near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted to the wall next to the left elevator. He lined up the Saturn card key. Card key. Huh. We say both, don't we? And swiped it through the reader. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great. Looks like it's working now. Alright, now how do I call the elevator? There was a single button to the right of the elevator door. On the button was the upside down triangle, the universal symbol for down. There didn't appear to be an up button. Huh. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. Interesting. So it only goes down? It opened. Look, Jumpy. What did she expect? Jun's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at Jun and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm. Wait. What? I'm not really... Oh gosh. Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? Is she afraid of elevators? I'm not a fan of them either, but I'm not afraid of them. Jun was probably afraid of... What? Being locked up alone with a boy. They could only go down. Hold on. This might be fucking stupid, so... Let me just say... Now that I know we can reset to see things... I want to see they could only go down, because that means we can't go back up. Can only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on A or B decks near the central staircase, all of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. And the floor below the one they were on, D deck, would be completely submerged. Yes, terrifying. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Oh, well, yeah, it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like something, like it was moving when... Like it was moving, and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes? So take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. She looked around the elevator slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Wait, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. Junpei put one foot on the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two. E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Am I keeping us from getting fucking killed? A few moments later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to Jun and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. So it's going to E deck. But does that mean E isn't flooded? The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. What? See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest, just a little bit. Jun, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can the E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft in E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. It sounds like someone using a whiteboard. I see. I gotta draw this. This is fun. So, is this why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it from all filling with water. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But... Come on, just do it, alright? He gave Jun's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped onto the elevator. We're going alone? He pushed the E button and the door began to close. Oh my god. Jun looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth, as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly... I'm coming with you! Huh? At the last possible moment, Jun dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. It's so dangerous, dude. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. The door had shut, he and Jun were in the elevator, and it was headed down to E deck. He was so surprised by Jun that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on E deck. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. Jun's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. Jun looked around nervously, then... Huh? Exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. Oh, she was holding her breath. I thought she was just mad. Yeah, it's another, oh no, she's stupid. I mean, holding her breath wouldn't be the worst, because then we could try to get back up in time, but... There's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks? Junpei thought about that for a moment. Well, we'd probably die. Oh, don't be so casual about something like that. At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can once we're done looking. Around down here. Don't break it up like that. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Right, we're only supposed to look around for like 10 minutes, aren't we? Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can't go over there. Right. Then perhaps... In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. A long straight hallway stretched out in front of him. That door at the end of the hallway, there's something written on it. Yeah, let's go have a look. Junpei and Jun set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Between a run and a jog? A jog is already... whatever. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. Damn. I knew it. This is a numbered door. And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. All right, let's head back. Yes. Junpei and Jun turned and headed back to C deck. It says vacant. I'm going to write that in case it doesn't work when we come down. On the way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. Ooh! As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E deck. Why was it burned? Huh. So you guys found door 1? They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another number door in A deck, just like the one on E deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. Okay. We found a 1 door. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door. All told, they discovered 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door. It is interesting that E deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. While we don't really know if all of E deck is safe, We only checked the area around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6th door was there, right? Yes. Then that means Zero planned all this out. Even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost. It would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make sense. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck. Ugh. And started off into the distance at nothing. Oh, stared off. I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, June, Junpei, and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? Oh my god, does she want us to go without him? So... let me do this. Miss Venda Fallout? For now, yes. We beat the main campaign. So... 5 plus 6 plus 8 will eventually be 1. You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5, 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. Just kidding. Alright, let's go. Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. Oh my gosh. I thought we were going to leave him and make him leave the message for everybody else. That's so scary. I wouldn't want to leave him alone. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room. Whoa. Hey! Where the hell did you guys go? It was 7. Ace was right behind him and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there looking at one another. Huh? Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7. What happened? What the hell kind of question is that? 7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained. Snake is... Oh god, 7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Holy shit, Snake did... But how? Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Snake is dead. He died just as the 9th man did. What the fuck? But the door shouldn't have even opened. It was as if the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All 3 were frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god. That's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door. Oh, wait, not that way! They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number. I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked. You can go in that way. Where is he? The shower room on the left side of the hallway. I'm afraid to look at this.
I put a broom in there too, to keep the door open.
Well, we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Their new destination clear, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It hadn't been opened when they were through before, but now, just as Seven had said, there was a broomstick stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. But if this breaks the rules, won't we explode? I guess doing it, he didn't... Technically, we're not passing through any of those bits. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside. Ah, it smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burned meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hand over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. They didn't have to wonder where the body was. Did he write something on the wall? What is that? There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. June, you should stay here. But, please, just do me a favor, okay? All right? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hands on her shoulder, as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned, and walked toward the end of the divider. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh, torn from the body, sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall even as they dried to it. Just like Ace said. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the ninth man. The detonator's bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Hold on. He could not have gotten the door open alone. He had to have help. And if one person is hiding it, the only way to get a 2 to be a 3 is a 1. Did what's-his-face do it? Did someone let him in there? Something's wrong. Half of his head had simply collapsed. Jesus! The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. Hmm. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than any living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa June, and Lotus. That makes sense. No one's missing. Wait a minute. Hold on. Am I losing my mind? 1 dead. One dead. And then her. 9. Okay. Seven looked at each of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red and open the door.
Oh yeah, but it wouldn't open without... It won't open without 3, so 2 people had to kill him. So at least... 2 other people killed Snake. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open the door 3. Then they shoved him into it alone and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Detonators only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. And then 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened. I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Well, then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned looking for those parts.
Yeah, that means anybody could be the killer.
Happened when we conveniently split up. Who suggested we split up? Well, wait a minute. What are you talking about? June seemed shocked. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually?
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers. Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants you to know. Wants, you know. What Zero wants? Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and a loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero's trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero's trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That's why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Jinbei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with them. Was Zero on the ship with them? I mean, he had to physically get us here, and he was... Was Zero on the ship with them? I'm honestly not sure. But it would make sense. Because how else would... I feel like there's got to be a hint somewhere, but I don't remember. Give me a second here. I guess that probably doesn't matter what I say. Same voice as the gas mask person. It was him. He lied to me. He killed me. Someone lied to number 9, though. Who? Shit, I don't know. I'm gonna say of course and see what happens. But I feel like I don't actually know. We'll say of course, and if I don't like it, I might actually reset. I don't know. Ugh. Of course he was. That was obvious. Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Jinbei had no idea where. Jinbei mumbled to himself, lost in thought. Where could Zero be hiding? I'm so curious what the other one does. Suddenly everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Jinbei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. Ghosting? They mean ghostly? And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us.
Oh!
Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Jinbei said, "What? I guess it's possible." Well, that's possible. Huh? Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us. What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
No reason? I've got a great reason. And what's that? The bracelets!
He held out his left arm. Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to do. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet? Huh, you got a point. I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the Nonary game. All of the puzzles here run by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that? Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered. So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right? Yeah. Junpei nodded. 7. When we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Alright then, I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So, what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake... Hold on, I want to look at this math. Whoever killed Snake... equals 0 equals one of us. Yeah, we really should put it in some little parentheses. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero's one of us. No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up. What were his motives? His motives? Yes! Isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us? Oh, well, that's because, Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea. I don't know. Lotus sighed. Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you had only circumstantial evidence. I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
Fuck! Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Just when he felt he could bear it no longer... Shit. They heard the bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. Quartz. 3 in the morning. Great. It's already 3. We're all going to die. That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say and sighed. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. Put their feet to moving? They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the 2 elevators. Wait, when did we get Mercury? When did we get Mercury? Hold on, do we all know that? What's happening? The Mercury card reader. Huh? Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury keycard. When did we get the Mercury key? Am I crazy? They didn't tell me this. What's happening?
they must have gotten it in the other room. Other group got Mercury keycard in room 3. Ooh, spunky. Okay. Junpei stood in front of the Mercury, in front of it with the Mercury keycard. Seven had given him the card.
I found it thank you. I found it we were checking out the shower room.
At least that's what he said. I was going to fucking say, there's no... When did this happen? Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Guys, we don't have time for this. I'm gonna save and we're gonna stop here. It's such a fucking cliffhanger. But I guess no matter where we stop, it's gonna be like a big cliffhanger, so there's nothing we can do about that. Hey, it's been 6 hours. Thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoyed my stream. I will be back tomorrow at noon Pacific time if you'd like to join us. Feel free to follow if you haven't. It'll give you a little alert if you have those turned on. Also, if you were gifted a sub or you are a sub from somewhere, feel free to join our Discord, which I can link, I'm sure, if my fingers work. Feel free to join. It's open to everybody. You don't have to be a sub to join, but there's a bunch of sub channels like tomorrow's movie night. And I have so many suggestions and ideas for tomorrow's movie based on this game. There's like a million of them. So I hope you're excited. Also, if you have not yet, make sure to vote in the poll. The poll will be running until I beat this game, and then it will close, and that will determine what we play next. So exciting. All right, anything else? I love you guys. Oh yeah, also I think tomorrow we're gonna be playing this game, but I think I'm probably going to stop a little early, maybe like 4:30, and we're gonna do mail day. I have a lot of mail. All of a sudden there's way more mail than I thought I had, so we're just gonna do it tomorrow. So 4:30 depending. I have like 3 things in here, and then I think Rain has some in his office, so I might be able to get through all of that. We'll see. So yes, we shall see. Pokemon Crystal. We have not played Pokemon Crystal yet. Is it not on the list? It has not won a poll. I believe it's been on 2 of them though, and it's never won. But yes, we will be doing Friday Mail Day around 4 or 4:30. But yeah, if you want to see all the games. Boop. Alright, I have to go make a vegetarian hot dog and many macaronis and cheese. Yay! I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I'll see you all tomorrow.